think we are live.
We're live?
Welcome back to the Council of Candor, episode 50. And the title is not lying. It is, in fact, going to be the final episode of the show. It's been a long road to get here. We will talk about what led to this path and how I had to end up this decision in a moment. First, I would like to thank every one of the guests who has been on the show beforehand. Thank you all for who has just throughout the year or so, and it's been fantastic talking with all these different people and just getting all these different perspectives. It's been a fantastic time. I would also like to thank those of you who are joining me tonight, and those of you who won't be able to make it, I understand, but those of you who can and who are listening who have been guests before, you're welcome to come on. Just let us know in the chat. You know what chat you're a part of. And yeah, with that, I would like to go around and just quickly introduce the co-host in case somehow this is the first episode you've caught of the live stream. If so, welcome. We have a back catalog of 50 episodes to catch up on.
Yeah, go watch them.
Yeah. And let us go around the co-hosts. I believe first up is Mr. Shoddy Strawman. How you doing today, Garbled?
I'm doing. I am existing. It's not like a bad day or anything. I'm just existing.
Bro exists.
He recently released a video, if I recall.
Go watch it.
Possibly.
I mean, not like right now.
Quite
watch
possibly.
the stream first, but you know.
Yeah, watch the stream first and then go and watch that one. Did you put that one in the description, kid? It was less of like this multimedia think piece or anything, and more of just I wanted to make something and just have it out there. One of the things that I've been thinking about a lot lately is the Ultra Kill dev. I don't know what his name is, but he made an entire series about like how to make your first video game. And one of the things that he says during it is, it's better that something exists in its media. Well, I'm paraphrasing, but it's better that something mediocre exists than something fantastic that doesn't yet. So I just want to be able to make something.
I don't know if I agree with that either, but okay.
Yeah.
I mean, The Last Jedi exists, all that kind of disproves it.
I agree with the sentiment behind it, though. The idea that
I get the sentiment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because a lot of people get stuck, and I'm not going to point at anybody in this call, but
You can just point at me, it's fine.
I'll just point at myself, actually. You get stuck in this rut where you want something to be perfect, and that's why there's another phrase, the perfect is the enemy of the good.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. And it's like a lot less of like, you should make things that are suboptimal and make sure to like half-ass your projects. No, it's more of, instead of constantly worrying about, but like this needs to be fixed or whatever, like just go out and do it and stop having all of these doubts about maybe it's not going to be good. It's like, yeah, that's how everybody started out. Do you think Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart was out there like making bangers from day one? No, he probably made some really terrible ones back in the day.
Wait, wasn't Amadeus? Wasn't Mozart like starting at like 12? Like, didn't he?
Yeah, Mozart actually was cooking from like.
Is that he didn't always make the best music, dude? Like, I'm not trying to be like overly complicated here. Just like,
I'm just saying, you chose a
bad.
Garbled,
Much better if you start as opposed to constantly one like.
Garbled, you chose literally the worst person you could. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
It was one of the worst.
Better example, which is more applicable.
We're
to
not
the channel
cooking with
itself.
that one.
Yes.
Well, I think a better example for the channel would be something like J.R.R. Tolkien didn't finish his first novel until he was about 50 or 60. He was quite old and he had a family at that point when he finished the first Lord of the Rings novels. Well,
the best example was Manifest Destiny. You just got to get out there, conquer the West.
Exactly.
That's right.
Wasn't McCarthy incredibly old before he finished his first novels too, Pops?
What?
Wasn't McCarthy
old
before he finished his first few novels?
So his thing, no. When he first wrote his first novel, he was 28, but he only hit it big with the Border trilogy, like the 90s, when he was already in his 50s. He'd been a very good writer until then, but he was never he never marketed himself and never did like public speaking. That's why even Blood Meridian, I think, only sold like 1,700 copies from like 1985 to like 92. Like, he was making no money. But yeah, then he started marketing himself when he was like 50 or so. He's like, all right, I need to make money doing this.
So that's Garble's introduction. Next up, Dez.
Oh,
Welcome back, Dez.
Yeah, I'm doing literally nothing that's relevant to media or channel stuff. And now you can't be like, oh, well, you gotta do that because now I'm gonna have no online presence again. So it'll be perfect
For now.
for
We have
now.
some stuff in the can, chat. Don't worry.
Okay.
And
Is planned.
plan. Next up, returning to the podcast is one of our favorite guests, Lamb, also a mod in my server, which you can join by link below. How you doing, buddy?
Hello, I'm just looking like a dog, catering to old people on the phones.
Yeah, your favorite hobby, or I shouldn't say hobby because it's your job, but
Yeah,
your favorite job.
yeah, I probably the more boomers in a 24 than most people talk to like a year. So
And you love them.
that lets you know how stress-free my job is.
Yeah. No easier job.
But yeah, I'm glad to be here. We're talking about Andor.
Yeah, bro, this is the Andor cast, actually.
Well, if not, I'm still happy to be here. I did have a lot to say about Andor. I'm happy to hear regardless on the last episode.
Happy to have you, brother. And next up is our returning co-host, Mr. Pops. Me and him have had multiple great discussions the last few days about a little book called Grendel that he recommended a few weeks ago, and I finally got around to enjoying.
That's right. Yep. So I'm feeling a little rough. I was on call 2 nights ago. I didn't sleep last night, and I went to the gym at like 6 a.m. to play basketball today. I will tell you, you cannot substitute the white monster for sleep. Your insides will turn black.
But that doesn't make sense. It's a white colored monster. What do you mean it's going to turn black?
It's
I
the
don't really
chemicals.
understand.
It's the chemicals inside the energy drink that they turn certain things that end up coming out of your body into different colors. It's very scientifically it's interesting, but my stomach was bothering me earlier. I'm recovering now, but yeah, I'm feeling all right. So yeah, this is happy to be here as always. Shout out to the chat, of course. Love you guys, and we'll be in and out. We'll wrap this up in a tight 15. All right, guys.
Yep. Sounds about right.
I'll be a bit more than 15 minutes. And before we get to our last guest, I want to say thank you to Future Warden for showing up in chat. He says he didn't always start as a brilliant artist. He's been drawing art ever since he was a kid, and it takes a lot of time to learn to become talented. I agree. Talent does take a long time, and it's something that for a lot of people, it's a lifetime goal, and it's something that I think that everybody should be working at. And going off of what he said is related to what Garbled said, just making a product and putting something out there is the only way that you can improve. Don't just keep hoarding it by yourself. So, speaking of somebody who's made multiple products, Pag.
Hi. Yeah, I've written 4 books.
Can I know what you were getting at there, but it just sounded really funny in context. Like, yeah, he has a family. He made all the products. It's like, is that
I also did that. I made a baby and have another one on the way. You may hear him in the background on occasion. That is a possibility. He does roam my house, free to walk around, toddling and whatnot. It's frightening, honestly. But yeah, go check out my books. The one that I released free, I'm going to start. I'm gonna put it out as a novel pretty soon here to purchase, in case you want to actually give me money instead of just reading it for free. But up to you. Up to you. That's me. That's all. That's all. Father, book writer. Yep. Pag.
Crab.
And with that, chat, I would just like to say, again, thank you all for being here for the whole journey. Those of you who joined us late, who've, been here from the beginning, thank you. It's been a little emotional, to be honest. This has been something
understandably so.
Yeah, it's something I've been struggling with for a while, trying to figure out, if it's the right call or not. Because I love doing these podcasts. It's fun with you guys. It's great to see chat. You guys are fun and engaging. And it's nice to just have, a bit of a a less stressful outlet. The videos take a long time. Yes, Alex, I am sort of departing. I'm not leaving YouTube. We're not doing live streams anymore. But
Yeah, so
yeah,
this is going to be his last hurrah for now. He's not
Exactly.
dead. I mean,
We specifically did it.
we
because
can
hate
kill you
Alex
if we
so much.
want, right? Like that's not like it's
We specifically are ending it because we hate you specifically, Alex. No.
yeah, it's
no.
That is why we're stopping.
it's specifically
We-
your fault.
Yeah, it's because you were
Yeah,
late last
you-
week,
we-
Alex.
You kept on showing up to the.
To
You
the
kept on
man.
showing up to the. You kept on showing up to the live streams, and we figured out we're not getting rid of you. So, we
Your
have to
comments have
stop
always
it
been
one
great,
more.
Alex. I always love seeing
No.
you. And this is. Yeah, I am Dead Wolf. It's unfortunate. My Immortal stream. You know what? I promise you that when we do come back, I will do a My Immortal stream, and I'm gonna do. If you ever seen Creepcast, where they take turns reading it and trying not to die of laughter, I'm gonna force these guys to do the exact same thing.
Oh,
gather a
yes.
panel.
This
Everyone's
is
gonna
going to be terrible. I love it.
It's gonna be great. I promise you. That'll be the first episode when we're back, unless some crazy news happens that we have to cover. But getting the point for the end exactly. But yeah, the long and short of it, chat, is the live streams, as much fun as they are, they've been hurting the channel algorithmically. I could show you my analytics in the background if you need, if I can get it pulled up here, but YouTube's being weird right now. The problem is that every time I live stream, I lose about 5 subscribers, and the live streams have been taking up. Yeah, the live streams have been taking up more and more time to make sure that I'm ready and got content for them. There's only 7 days a week. I work, my main job, 4 of them. So I have to, now, and then one of the days a week is now dedicated to the live stream. So that leaves 2 days a week that I can do other stuff. One of which I run my D&D game with, which I'm constantly working on for that too. That leaves 1 day a week I can work on regular content for the channel consistently, assuming I don't have, shenanigans, which always do crop up. That's why I haven't been able to make as many history of contents lately, which is the main bread and butter of the channel. That's how I've been growing it. I've also wanted to launch a new series. It's funny. We held a whole poll and stuff in my server trying to come up with a title for it. And then my dad just comes in with a banger of a title out of nowhere. He's like, why don't you just call it The History of Cryptids? And the answer was so obvious, it smacked me in the face, which is funny. But that's going to be the next big project. I'm working on trying to add a little bit of cryptid content to the channel because I feel like it's tangentially fantasy related and it hopefully will play well.
Well, you can easily translate it into fantasy settings, right?
That's kind of the goal, because I think that a lot of people, especially fantasy writers, don't have any ideas. I've ever thought of making a TikTok account. I have thought of making TikTok. I don't know how to take my content and make it. Because YouTube constantly tells me to make shorts. I don't know how to take my content and make it into shorts, let alone make it on TikTok. If I knew how to make my content short enough for TikTok, then I totally would do that because I think it would help easily. I am going to be opening a Twitter account soon because I've seen from a lot of people that is a great way to kind of network with other content creators, and it's a good way to get your channel out to people who don't necessarily know you. I know that a friend of the show, Blackaroonie, half of his audience are people on Twitter who come over to yell at him. So if they're going to go out of their way to go yell at a 20-year-old who makes content about Godzilla, then I'm pretty sure that a well-researched fantasy documentary might actually appeal to somebody out there.
Maybe. Someone.
It's like networking and whatever.
Yeah, networking. Drinker, Mahler, and Gary, I listened to them talking on different podcasts recently, and they all said that most people in the industry, when they're trying to organize podcasts, do so through Twitter. And if that's how most people get organized through podcasts, the way to get guest appearances on podcast is through that. Your cut video editor app to make screen fit in YouTube Shorts. That's not a bad idea, Future Wario. And fantasy is inherently unbound. How can nobody have ideas? Alex, I promise you, fantasy is one of the most intellectually dead genres out there. Everybody's simply regurgitating the same ideas. It's not as bad as it was post Tolkien boom, because it was abysmal back then in terms of nobody having ideas for content. But if you look at the reason so much fantasy is garbage today is A, it's not fantasy because they're just, complaining about their own problems, and B, instead of trying to create a world for you to get lost in, or a world for you to understand and like engage with, or a problem that you wish to explore through a fantasy setting, instead it's just our world, but blank is supposed to be black people. That's like half the fantasy settings these days, which is not good for escapism, and also doesn't lead to interesting storytelling perspectives. Whenever
Didn't
you're
we
just
have a
trying to,
Hey, you also have-
podcast? Didn't we have a podcast about urban fantasy?
fantasy is the concept is great. That's not even what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
If
Well,
you
the
like-
main thing that I'm trying to get at is people go too urban on it and don't add the fantasy part. They just go, oh, well, I can just do like New York except vampires, and then like that's it. It's like that's the entire thought process. Like, there's a lot of depth you can get there. Arguably, one of the reasons why Tolkien is so celebrated is that he put in so much time and effort into his stuff, and it shows. It's not just, hey, there's these guys, they're called halflings. It's like, no, there's this entire culture for everybody that gives the Middle-earth spanning journey a lot of weight and character.
No, ultimately as well, what happened is like he wrote that with like an intent of meaning behind it. He wasn't just creating a fun world, which is also why there's like levels of interpretation that you can have for, for example, I think you said Gollum is a great allegory for like addiction, even though that was never the intention. Because when you're trying to write something that has meaning, you end up kind of introducing archetypes like that people can relate to, rather than just saying like, "Isn't this world so weird and crazy and outlandish?" And that almost takes away from it.
Exactly. That's exactly the point I was going to bring up next, Pops. Is
Yeah.
Tolkien is the best and worst. Tolkien invented the fantasy genre, Alex. There's no fantasy before Tolkien. It was just fairy tales before
Kid.
Tolkien. Yes.
Kid, would you say that of all the people that took Tolkien's work and made derivatives of it, do you think Elder Scrolls is like the best?
Yes, I think Elder Scrolls is one of the only currently existing fantasy content like set worlds out there that's worth anything, and it makes me very mad because we haven't had a game in 20 frickin' years outside of ESO.
And then the one thing that we do get from it is a shadow dropped remake that had no announcement beforehand.
Well, the thing is with the Elder Scrolls is the remake's cool and all, but the Elder Scrolls is set up in, I think, the best way possible, and I'm going to give all the credit of the way it's set up to Todd Howard. And I think Todd Howard, and I'll explain why in a second. Todd Howard is the reason the Elder Scrolls works as a setting, because if you listen to the way Todd Howard talks about things, he is a fantasy nerd. But everything he talks about, he says, it needs to be marketable, it needs to be approachable, it needs to be like something you can get into. By the way, Lamb, you're currently echoing a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
That's right. So what he did then is he took all the cool esoteric lore, what happens to the dwarves, the fact that Vivek is a how do I put this like getting demonetized? A dual-gendered individual that also has interesting uses of his spear and milk finger. Let's say that using their terminology. That was actual Elder Scrolls terminology.
Oh my gosh!
And like you have those things where it's like Eastern philosophy mixed in with it, as well as Gnostic beliefs, and the whole way the tribunal works and stuff. All these crazy ideas, and Todd Howard said that's fantastic. Now put the nerd away, put that in the corner, and give the Dark Elves big tits and make them all racist, so the average person can understand what's going on here. And lo and behold, Morrowind, which shouldn't work on paper, works as a setting. All the Elder Scrolls games only work because they take all the nerd crap and put it in the corner and say, make a story first and foremost. And what happens is it naturally leads back into it because you have people who went through the effort of establishing a world in the background with ideas and themes and messages behind it. Then they said, now instead of just having this be in the background, let's make sure that we dumb it down enough for the audience to be able to get into it. You should not need a lore Bible to get into the Elder Scrolls, which I'm very happy that they have not done that yet.
Yeah, the thing is, though, it's all sitting there under the surface if you're nerdy enough to like really get into the rabbit hole.
Exactly. And then like when you do start diving into it, like Pops was saying, it's not just pop fantasy, it's like well thought out. Like you could tell that a lot of the guys who worked on Michael Kirkbride talks about it all the time when he was writing for Elder Scrolls, he really got into Eastern philosophy, and he wanted to tie in Buddhism. In fact, the Dark Brotherhood, the only reason they exist is because one of the creators wanted to find a way to slip Christianity into the video game without Todd noticing it. And in fact, the whole Dark Brotherhood is a darkened version of Christianity. It's really interesting stuff, but you don't get that in most settings because they're too scared to do that.
And then you have the whole thing of like the entire series is like the dream of a sleeping god, and Chim is realizing that you're part of a dream and like continuing to have like a big enough ego to continue to exist.
And
if you don't, you just
you're the sleeping god who's playing the game. You know, that's the best part is when you realize that you're actually that the sleeping god is the player character, and because the game was designed as a video game world, the inconsistencies that exist are canonical in the world because they said, "Hey, we're gonna have to do this." It's one of the most brilliantly designed settings because it takes advantage of its medium, and that's something I don't see outside of. I'm gonna be honest, my own tabletop game. Those of you who played it know that the character Jack, for example, which I don't want to get into details of, he only exists because it's a tabletop game. I wouldn't have him in it if it was a TV show. It only works because his goal is to be a DM's toolbox. And I want to answer some stuff in chat. Starfield was fun. Todd Slop. Yeah, I feel like Starfield 20 cheesy would have been better if they had cut it down like maybe 20 or 30 planets.
Yeah, I fucking hate it.
Focus on the quality of the planets, not the quantity.
They
generated rocks.
And they had procedural generation.
I was really
generation
hopeful.
Ruins exploration.
I don't think that's true. Minecraft has great exploration. Minecraft is great exploration.
For the type of game they make, procedural generation actively works against their own game design.
I think they could. They could have made it better. They could have done a lot better with the procedural generation. They just didn't. I don't think it's a problem inherent to procedural generation. I think it's a problem with what they made.
Yeah,
I agree completely with Pag. I think that if they had refined it a little bit more, or I think reduced the number of planets and made each planet a bit more impactful, it would have been better. Also, the real problem with Starfield's procedural generation is there's no factions in Starfield. That
there isn't. Why?
Well, let me explain. There are no factions in Starfield that are like minor throwaway factions, which is what makes procedural generation really impactful. If you're going through an area and you find a group of bandits and they're all randomly, like, let's just say they all have fire guns and the name's something like the Firehawks, that's cool. That's a unique thing that only you get because you walk through the area with the fire gun bandits. And if they're all dead because they got killed by, another bandit gang, then for you, the Firehawk bandits who can randomly show up, in the world, for your story, they're all wiped out, which is kind of cool. Having these minor one-off small factions that will enhance the flavor of something is way better. Because right now in Starfield, everybody's just a generic spacer. They're all the same. They're all just bandits. It's like, okay, that's cool, but like, if they gave these bandits a little bit more love and care, and a little bit more like emphasis on them, it would have made the stories that you naturally come across way more impactful. I think that's.
Have you seen the one regular show clip where it's like, well, there's plenty of characters if you don't think about like the magical sorcerer? It's like, no, they're not. They're just all Regis skins.
Well, yeah, this is kind of the problem that they ran into. Also, Fujiwara, I also had fun with Starfield. I'm not trying to knock the game at all. It's just I wish it was a bit more refined and tightened up.
Yeah, something can be fun and not good. Or mid. I would say Starfield is mid. It's very, very, very mid.
To me, it was disappointing because the thing I like most about Bethesda games is just wandering and exploring and actually being rewarded for it.
They promised so much.
In Starfield, you're not rewarded for exploring.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of are, but like,
after you've done one planet, there's no point to do more. It's a problem.
That's not true. That's not true. There is a reward to doing multiple planets. I mean, basically, the reward is you find the perfect planet and the perfect place to put down your bases and extract things, and then you can just poop out infinity resources, and then you have won the game. So there is like a thing for exploring. It's just not the exploration that you want or like, or exploration that's really engaging to anyone who doesn't want to build bases.
Yeah, like devs need to realize there is such a thing as too big, and it's actually a smaller amount than you would think.
I mean, had they done a better job at the procedural generation and had the procedural generation able to like make a greater variety of things, it would be good. And I think the real crime here. I think the real crime with Starfield is how much time they've had to include extra things, and they just haven't. You know,
very
like
clearly restarted production halfway through and they won't admit it. That's one of the things. If they admitted that and they had said we only had half the time we said we had, then the game makes sense for how much was in the game. You know, I fully
Interesting.
believe that that's what happened. And they just haven't admitted it yet. Also, I want a few comments from Future Wario. What about Baldur's Gate 3? Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't count because, and I'll explain why. It's a great game, fantastic. It's pulling off of D&D though, pulling off lore that's been built up for 50 years. And I know they did a good job in their storytelling aspect, but that's not their credit because this is a world that's been being built up forever. So they don't. It's like if I made a good Tolkien RPG. I think a Shadow of Mordor is a good example. That's a fantastic, the video game that pulls a lot from Tolkien. Yeah, it ruins a lot of it too. I know, chat. Don't worry. But the idea that its fantasy setting does really good with a lot of the Tolkien stuff and is interesting. That's cool. That's great. But that shouldn't be like their credit. They didn't invent the world. They don't get credit for having this world show up as this super cool, unique thing. By the way, Garbled might be dead, everybody. His Wi-Fi's broken, so he may shoot in or out a little bit.
Yeah, I think it should be good now, but it kind of died.
Oh, yeah.
And I do want to respond to what Future Warrior said. Yeah, there are factions, but that's not what I'm talking about. Those few factions that you meet, they only show up in faction-related content or are generic bandits. And I guess House of Varun's the only one who's also generic bandits with a name. But, like, you could very easily give the bandits different bandit clan names. I mean, Skyrim does this on accident. In fact, because the way, and so does Fallout 4, actually. This is one of the best parts about both those games. The terminal entries that are written between, like, that each bandit king has for the other bandits are great. I think it's Fallout 4. There are 4 bandit leaders that have terminals that update with different information if you kill bandits around them. And then if they update, they'll say, oh yeah, Red Lucy's gang is dead. Or Akak, and the spider monkeys are dead. Like, they update so you can learn about the world. That's not hard to program in basically a small chat GPT style model where it's got word replacements where, character X will identify that, he's in charge of Bandit Clan X. In Bandit Clan X, in my procedural generation, I will pick Bandit Clan Y, and now they're set as rivals. So if the player wipes them out, then I can now say, hey, you guys can, get a reward for that Bandit Clan for wiping them out. And that's how procedural generation can work. There's things like Mountain Blade, where this works really well in, comparatively, because the factions that you do engage with in Mountain Blade are fluid, and you get to understand who's going on in each setting and stuff, and doing small jobs between them works. Also, hello, Minecraft world. Welcome to the final
What do you
stream.
mean?
Anybody want to jump in with thoughts like that, or just
No,
Oh,
sorry.
yeah, I
I
was gonna
have
say-
no thought.
She's a little bugger.
Bethesda has always been pretty good about like world building through like notes and like terminal entries and like all the nerdy shit that you can either choose to look at or not, and it kind of like builds the atmosphere up. I mean, they did 76 was literally all that to tell their story, and the lack of NPCs definitely hurt it. But I didn't mind that you kind of like showed up after the fact and have to piece together the story through like notes and terminal entries.
Yeah, but they do a ton of that in all the other Fallout games, and also you have NPCs.
Yeah.
To have it interesting.
But I think that's one of the problems, and as much as like, I know it wouldn't feel as good as handwritten stuff. I'm not going to say it would, but you could easily have an algorithm set up that randomly generates these notes, because once you land on a planet, it just generates 2 or 3 bandit factions. Daggerfall gets love for being a gigantic. Yeah. So Future Wario, Daggerfall actually gets right this exact thing that I'm talking about. There's something like 800 possible different nightly orders you could join in Daggerfall, because they're randomly generated every time you enter a city. So it's like it generates how many nightly orders there are, and how many what are what rewards you get for the order and all that. That's really cool. That's how you make your randomly generated. That's one of the reasons Daggerfall gets so much love. Because, yeah, it's randomly generated, and a lot of the stuff in it is randomly done, but you still get several, like, tentpoles that you can pull off of and bounce off of and ideas, and it still works as a setting for the factions. That's the reason Starfield gets so much hate, though. Starfield, I can't tell you, outside of looking outside, which planet I'm on. All the bandits look the exact same. They all dress the exact same. They use the exact same guns. Whereas even Daggerfall, there's, I think, 5 different colored bandits. There's, like, desert bandits, coastal bandits, mountain bandits, Mongolians that attack you, and, like, another, like, snow bandits. So when you're walking into a snow environment, you can see snowy bandits. I mean, something as simple as giving armor a dozen different colors that, match the environment or specifically don't match the environment would have made them stand out. Again, if you land on a planet in Starfield, everybody's wearing the same, red bandit armor. If you landed somewhere and there's a bunch of guys called the White Scars, and they all just have white armor on in the middle of, like, I don't know, a desert planet, you're going to stick out in your memories a little bit like, that's kind of cool. Yeah, they're not trying to join Future Warrior, you're not getting it. Joining a single bandit faction is not the problem here. The problem is there's not a whole lot of interplay, not a lot of interesting things going on. When I landed at a place to look at the notes, especially because in Starfield, they repeat the crap so often. If I've gone through this tower once, this T-shaped tower, it's the same T-shaped tower every time. Yeah,
the thing is, there's like 5 dungeons. I'm hyperbolizing a little bit, but there's like 5 dungeons that are selected, and so you land on a planet and you go exploring, and you might find one of these 5 dungeons. And it's over and over and over again. And that's the problem. That's why I'm saying, like, the procedural generation could have been done a lot better. Minecraft procedurally generates dungeons that are interesting and different, and each one is like its own unique thing. And they could have done that. They could have made that happen.
Daggerfall also does that too.
Yeah, it's not like they couldn't have made this happen. That's the thing. They could have done this, and they just didn't. And all of the there's like what, 15 different types of creatures in the game total? Maybe 15.
Plants and birds, yeah.
Yeah, and we're going to dozens and dozens and dozens of different planets, and it's all the same creatures on every single planet. Like, it's
the
torsos and like headpieces don't really make a difference. It's a lizard dog. It's a lizard dog on every planet. I'm sorry.
What I would change about Starfield is I would expand how they use the procedural generation. I would have more creatures. Like, there would be more different types of mobs. And I mean, how long were they working on Starfield? It's like 10 years, right? More, right?
That's why I'm saying they had to have restarted halfway through development. There's no way that they had that much time in the game and they had this few content compared to every other Bethesda release.
Yeah, I was going to bring up like Cyberpunk, but I'm pretty sure Cyberpunk even had like, stuff mixed up like halfway.
Cyberpunk is a setting where there's like humans. That's all there is. But also, yeah, the humans each faction feels way different from one another. Like they're way, way different.
Well, I mean, like on release, it wasn't as there was a lot of. I mean, that is one of the most infamous launches. Way more.
Cyberpunk's problem is the launch were mostly technical. They weren't story related.
Yeah, there was a good game underneath all the bugs. I don't think there's a good game underneath the shit in Starfield.
I do.
Cyberpunk is like
2 years, and you gave me the budget that they had, and gave me 2 more years. I could turn Starfield into a 10 out of 10 game. It's not hard to do.
I could too.
Because like Pat said,
you literally just have.
What?
I was going to say, you literally have one solar system where the main game takes place. Every single planet handcrafted like older Bethesda games. Then you have a completely optional set of planets that are procedurally generated. So you have the best of both worlds. But you can't do all procedural generation or it just becomes very samey and recycled.
Yeah. Or like you have to plan around that in the sense of like roguelikes. Like that those work, but the issue is that it's trying to be very narrative, very epic space adventure as opposed to like this sort of roguelike repetition, and it just doesn't work.
Quick question: is Daggerfall considered a good game? I feel like Daggerfall wasn't, but I might be thinking of a different game.
It
It's
depends who
very
you
hard to
talk
play today.
Okay.
A lot of the Bethesda
Oh, that's
elitists
Elder
consider
Scrolls 2. Never
Daggerfall.
mind.
Yeah, they consider
I've never heard of
Daggerfall
this.
a perfect game. A
I'm
lot of
thinking
the
of something else.
elitists, they're wrong, but like not for the reasons that they're talking about. They are correct. Daggerfall's procedural generation is better, but it's only better because it's more varied. They had more options. Yeah, goes back to what Pag was saying.
It's
So-
it's just so disappointing the lack of variety that they put in the game. They
Yeah.
had
It feels-
procedural generation, and procedural generation is like a thing that allows you to have variety. It's something that allows you to generate variety. I mean, in Minecraft, no two dungeons are the same ever. And I mean, sure, maybe if they had made like 100 different set pieces that would be procedurally generated and slapped together and turned into something, eventually you'd get the same maps eventually. But like it would still take a long time. I played like 60 hours of Starfield, and I felt like it was by the time I got to the end, I was like, okay, that's all I need from Starfield. I played like
Yeah.
I've played Cyberpunk 5 times, and I still kind of have an itch to play it again because I play through it and there's more to discover. But Starfield, it just kind of feels samey. They just
Yeah.
didn't do a good job of introducing enough variety throughout the game, which is just
Like-
it's just a damn shame.
Yeah, I just spent 100 hours on Oblivion Remastered, and I've played that game for hundreds of hours already. I have no desire to ever touch Starfield again.
Well, I think one of the problems you run into is, again, this goes back to the lack of content. Something that Starfield specifically utterly failed at is if you find a quest location early. Because I think there happened to be 6 times where I was just exploring the galaxy and I got to a spot where it was like a handcrafted place, like there's a meatpacking factory I found. I'm like, wow, a meatpacking factory. I've never heard of this place. Like, it's a randomly generated location. Let's go explore it. I get there, I'm walking around, and there's literally nothing. I'm like, what in the hell's going on here? So I'm like, did I get a glitch? So I look it up. No, it's part of the like one of the factions, their 3rd level quest is to come here. Oh, the map is here, but none of the enemies are here yet because they haven't loaded because that quest wasn't activated. So I'm sitting looking like, well, why would I explore? And I looked online, and there's no unique places to find if you're exploring. All the places that have handcrafted content are only going to spawn on the planet or populate when you get a mission to go there from one of the main people. So now you're like, well, why do I do any exploration that's not part of the main game? Because if I just want to wander around and find something, I'm punished for it in Starfield. So the answer would be each planet that you can visit has one handcrafted spot that's not related to a main quest. Maybe a side quest could send you there, because Skyrim and Oblivion got away with that by having side quests that would send you to places. But like, if the only reason that I'd go to a place is because a faction quest is going to send me here, why would I not just only play faction quests now?
Yeah, there's no greater meaning in doing any of these quests if it's just going to be, we'll do a faction quest.
And like, so
Yeah,
much
if they had, if each planet had one thing, then yeah, that would definitely help.
one thing. So if you just go there and you're exploring, you could find the unique building, the unique dungeon, let's just call it, the unique thing to do there. You're good and you leave. And it doesn't have to be for every planet. I get the moon ones, you don't have to have it on it. But this place got life. I kind of expected to be something here. You know, I get that there also should be some sort of module or ship upgrade you can get that says you can scan moons automatically without having to land on them, because there's no need for you to have any quests on the moons. And if there is a unique thing when you have this module installed, it will just tell you, hey, there's a unique thing on the moon. You probably want to go see it. That right there cuts out 70% of the planets you can land on. It cuts out all that tedium there, because those planets aren't what you want the players to see. Most of the planets, because I actually have on my computer, I downloaded the Starfield map, the full world map, and I would go through and mark off every single system, and I got through about 30%, 100% of these systems, and I can tell you, almost every single freaking one is just land here, scan for water, scan for titanium, leave. I'd be
I
on
like
planet
that. I
for
think
20
that's
seconds.
I think that's literally like the Sazine Tech joke when he's doing his review. He just says like the exact same. It's like, oh, you land, you scan, then you're out. Like there's nothing to do there.
Yeah.
I know that your handcrafted content is beautiful. You guys do so much fun with so little. It's so easy to please me with Bethesda content because, like, I'll go back and play Skyrim, and I can redo dungeons I've done 6 or 7 times. You can build settlements on planets and resources to make them interesting and fun. Future Wario, I'm going to say no to that one because the only places you want to build those on are places that should have an interesting thing there already. Again, most of the planets are just rocky, boring wastelands. I can get exploring 1 or 2 of them, and I think having the option to land on them is phenomenal. But as a player, that's not fun. So instead of wasting time and resources trying to make these rocky moons fun, after we've scanned 3 or 4 of them for Constellation, then the Constellation should say, hey, we realize you need to scan all, that we have a technology that lets you just scan all these things now because there's no you can even say, without the atmospheric interference, you can scan these planets really quick by flying around them. And that just solves that problem completely. And now you
And
cut
so
out...
there's also the issue,
Go ahead.
like building can be fun, right? So you play Minecraft and you build something and
Yeah.
you are surviving. You're building something because you need it to survive. You want to get, or you have an end overarching goal. You need to get the diamond gear with all the enchantments so you can fight the Ender
Yeah,
Dragon.
but
Or you play Fallout 4 and you're making your settlements and they're being assaulted by bandits all the time. And that's interesting. That's cool stuff.
another
In this
settlement
game,
needs your help.
yeah. But in this
Thank you,
game,
Preston Garvey.
you do this, you build your settlements, and the reason that you're building your settlements is just like, well, I want infinite free stuff. And you don't really need the infinity ammo or the infinity healing, whatever they call them in this game, the stim packs. You don't need the infinite stim packs that you can craft or any of that crap because you can easily get all of that crap through just playing the game. Never had a problem with that, just playing the game. There's no drive to do it. And you say that you're like making the place interesting by building there, but you're not really. You're just extracting resources. That's all you're really doing. You're plopping down mines and things just to suck the resources out of the ground. It's just not all that entertaining. If they had things where like there was crazy attacks on your settlements and whatnot, that would be a little bit more interesting. If you would die of starvation if you didn't do this, that would make it more interesting. If you were trying to extract enough osmium to build the ultimate gravity gun and blow up the sun or something, that would be interesting.
Unique upgrades that you had to get from unique resources on planets, that might work.
Yeah.
But there's just not. Just not.
There's no difference between settling your planet on like almost anything outside of the randomly generated resources. But if I get a world that rolled the correct resources on my first visit, I don't ever have to build a settlement anywhere else again.
Yeah.
You know, you need. I think the internet got it down like you need 3 planets tops, and there are multiple star systems that can spawn it. And it's like, why would I ever visit? Because you have like I think there's something like 400 star systems you can visit. Why would you have so many? And there's nothing to do here.
Yeah. The only reason to have so many is if you had a really, really interesting procedural generation system that really made some cool stuff.
And before you roll this off and say it doesn't matter, that was the selling point of this game, was we had hundreds of planets. Had they said, well, hey, it's a big galaxy out there, you can go anywhere, but we got some fantastic factions, and like they really told how interesting these 2 factions are, because I do think the factions are relatively interesting and okay, the ones that you can join, but like there's not a lot of minor ones to go play with, but that's, you know, another gripe because I think that adds interesting flavor, but they don't have anything to do with. You're telling me the whole point of why would I buy your game is to explore planets, and then what is his benefit for exploring planets is pain because you don't get to do anything on these planets.
Yeah. I also love how some gamers are like, dude, don't worry, you can pay resources so that way you no longer have to play the game.
Yeah, and
the problem with having factions, though, so the problem with if they did have factions or like factions to your liking, The problem is that the writing for Starfield is really bad.
It can be some of it's, but it's one of those things where the things that people point to as bad writing aren't always bad. It's just kind of like, well, that's normal schlocky writing. There is some bad writing in Starfield, like a lot of it. But
you can definitely tell it was written by millennials. Like
Oh,
it has
yeah.
that like snarky, sarcastic, like quippy sense of humor.
Well, that just happened.
Oh, it's the worst.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. But then, like, there's a lot of places that are written completely seriously. Another problem that you run into with the factions is both of the good guy factions are too good of people.
There's no good distinction between them, right? Is that it's either good guy A or good guy B. They're both equally good. It's
you
not
want to
like
be a cowboy or part of the EU. That's really all it is. And it's like, well,
yeah, okay.
They're both too good of people. It's like, I don't believe they had a bitter war against each other. Because they don't want to portray either group as being bad with each other. Which is annoying as heck, because you really should excuse me. You really
good?
should. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had a cough. If you're gonna because look at I'm gonna point to Skyrim. The factions in Skyrim are interesting because the Empire and the Stormcloaks both suck, and both are also worth joining. There's a reason people still to this day argue about those two factions. It just takes a little bit of effort to make them interesting, And I wish I could.
New Vegas does a lot of the same things.
Yeah, and I think New Vegas fails because
debate.
it makes Caesar's Legion too evil.
I didn't think it made them like developed enough, honestly. Like you can definitely tell like Caesar's Legion had the least amount of development to it, but yeah, they are just like comically evil with like no redeeming qualities.
Well, the redeeming quality is that they're efficacious in the short term, but have no long-term future. Where the more interesting question's more about like Mr. House versus the NCR, whereas the NCR is.
Go ahead, Garble.
Well, I was going to say the NCR. It has all of the values of liberal democracy, but it also has all of the flaws, meaning that it's very slow, it's very ineffectual compared to the other ones, and it's very concerned with like not public affairs, but like pedestrian affairs of like the immediate as opposed to more important shit.
That's the point. Though. It's a really interesting dichotomy, and ironically, that same idea of dichotomy of we have basically the neoliberal faction, and we have the freedom faction, who's like, more like cowboy rebellious. That's basically the same factions you have in Starfield, except the guys who are supposed to be like the cowboys under Mr. House don't function like that, and don't function meaningfully differently than the people who are supposed to be like the NCR. They're both like almost completely the good guys because they don't want to take a stance and say these people have problems. Like what it really should be, if you wanted to make it feel better, is if you go to the cowboy planet, it should have had much more of a frontier justice style, where if you steal from somebody, they just shoot you. And like then or like if somebody wrongs you, you get the right to shoot them, because it's all about like more freedom and more like an anarcho libertarian style, which is what they hinted at but never quite do it. And then the other side of the coin, whenever you did a crime in what the other faction was like the more EU style, they should have just immediately said, well, we're not going to deal with you, the cops will arrest you, and then the cops could have come in and dealt with you, and they have much better gear. So it's like that you committing a crime would have been fundamentally different in each faction. That could have worked really well to explain some of the philosophies of the factions, but no, we don't get any of that. They all have the same level of corruption and the same level of, everybody's a good person. I don't even know why they went to war, which is a problem when these are the two main factions of your setting.
Yeah, the Starfield's writing it doesn't have an edge to it. It's very like safe. Like these are the people that made the Dark Brotherhood, which is like super like fucking edgy and dark. And then Starfield's just like it's rated M, but it doesn't earn that rating at all through its writing.
Yeah, there's none of these.
What does it do to that rating for Starfield? Because, like, to be honest, from what I've seen, it like easily could be like PG-13. Seems like, or not PG.
It's
whatever the
because of the special scenes and stuff that you can have. There's a couple strippers and things like that.
Oh. Really? That's funny. Like, why even have it at that point? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't seem.
It's also because every one of their games is rated M, and it's just one of those things that's not worth pushing to get it rated lower.
Fair enough.
It's not like M actually restricts your sales that much for games.
No. I gotcha.
The Fable series is all about black and white morality? Absolutely not. Fable is fantastic as a game. It's not about black and white morality. Fable, go replay Fable 3. It kind of fumbles the bag a little bit, but the idea in Fable 3 is constantly, what is the right thing? Is it okay to sell children into slavery, but like every child you sell into slavery is 100 civilians you save? It only fails because they forgot to fix the fact that you can ruin the economy by buying every house. That's the only reason Fable 3 fails is morality questions. Also,
I think KOTOR 2 did black and like gray morality pretty well with Kreia.
But also the idea of black and white morality, that's important for your setting if you want me to pick between two good guy factions. That's kind of the issue. If you want me to pick between factions, then they need to be worth picking them. I shouldn't just pick a faction because it's the bad guy faction. Fable 1 even more so wants you to be evil. And Fable 1 rewards you with so much more powerful weapons and gear, without the DLC for the record, to be evil. And you get more levels, you get more experience. It's just way better to be evil in Fable 1, which is a good mechanical thing. BioShock honestly failed at this too. BioShock almost made it better to be evil. Then they said, no, we're going to be, wimps at the last second.
It was very like either you can be evil and kill babies, I guess, because that's bad, but you get more add-on points. It's like, but what if we just made it so that we have delayed gratification instead? It's fine, dog.
Exactly. It's like, but barely get more. It's not even worth measuring. You get so few more. And Fable 1, it is so much better in that game to be evil until you've beaten the game. Then at that point, it's better to be good, because once you've beaten the game, as an evil person, you just get to do way more damage to the bad guys. It's great. Liberals, thank you, Mimsy. Thank you.
Liberal.
Oh man,
I like Fable. Fable was fun.
Yeah, Fable's great. I can't wait for them to ruin the next one.
Yep.
Fable.
Anyway,
1
Starfield
is one of the best games.
was mid.
It's sadly mid. I'd say sadly. I want to make sure that's known. I really wanted to like Starfield. It was the first game in years I was excited about.
Oh my goodness, it's actually the Mimsy. That's crazy.
Yeah, I told you.
Yeah, for real. I was actually really stoked for Starfield. I was like, oh man, a Bethesda science fiction game. This is gonna be
it could be fantastic, and then it just didn't.
Yeah,
it never really learned how to breathe, and I think that's the problem with it.
Yeah, it was fun though. I had fun with it.
It's funny because like what they were kind of trying to do with Starfield, it seems like that was achieved better by Sky, which ironically also had a terrible launch, but at least they seem to fix that game. I hear
it was better than what?
No Man's Sky. I would say no with that. The procedural generation aspect, yes, but that wasn't what Starfield was supposed to be. It was supposed to have a lot of handcrafted content in it as well. Was the big thing with the No Man's Sky is all procedural generation.
Sure.
And that's.
I mean, I don't know how you can really mix those two too much. You kind of have to.
Honestly, Skyrim has done almost perfectly. Skyrim is the best way to do it. The problem with Skyrim is they integrated the main quests too much. Skyrim will randomly generate content for you infinitely to do. There's always new bandits popping up, new bad guys filling back, and stuff like that. Always a place to visit. The dungeons, though, are all handcrafted. So once you've been to one once, you've been to that dungeon before. But there will always be new, they're called Radiant quests. That concept, if you just added basically you took all the dungeon tiles and randomly would generate and place them around each other, you would get infinite content. And I'm telling you, all you would have had to do was spend more time when you make worlds take longer than 10 seconds to generate. And when a world gets generated, you just generate a small history of that world. That's all you have to do. It's, Dwarf Fortress does this fantastically well. I've been watching the crap out of some Dwarf Fortress videos, so I'm going to talk about that. Whenever you make a new world in Dwarf Fortress, it'll generate 500 years of history. So what happens, whenever you load into Dwarf Fortress, and you make your new dwarf, faction, it'll say, yes, the dwarves of this world are friends with the elves, because the elves and the dwarves had a war 600 years ago that ended in a stalemate, and it just generates all that content, and then from there it pulls on that and pulls on these things. So what Starfield could have done, again, I want to only talk about planets worth visiting, is when you visit a planet, it says, okay, there are, there's 5 cities on this planet, let's just say. Okay, are these 5 cities? They randomly roll for each city. Are they part of the same faction? Yes, no. Okay, one city is part of a different faction. Let's randomly generate the faction names. The Purple Squids and the Rangers of Justice. Okay, the Rangers of Justice, the one guy, the Purple Squids, the other. Fine. And you just say, okay, what is a war that they may have had between each other or something? And you have notes, because I get you don't want to have NPCs voicing dialogue because it's expensive. You have a couple notes, throughout the set, you can find it because you have an AI generated script for them that's just fill in the blank. I can't believe that those guys in the Purple Squids capital are here attacking us again. And then you just set each faction, like which factions have positive and negative disposition to a player, which factions have positive and negative reactions, and you generate that entire thing. And I could probably write down how to write a script for this in an hour, and you give a group of designers a week or two to do this, they could have a rough version of the script done, and you could implement it into Starfield. It wouldn't take a long time for you to come up with the bones of this idea, especially because they had 500 people working on the game. Somebody could have done this.
They had the whole they had the whole of Bethesda behind them. This was Todd's baby, and this is what they came up with.
Yeah.
It's just his.
I do want to quickly say one quick thing to Future Wario. Not only have I played Sims 4, I have about 2,000 hours in all the Sims games combined. I've been playing since the first Sims game. In fact, my great aunt, I think it's great aunt or like second aunt. She's like my mom's sister's, something like down that way. She was one of the first people who tested the Sims game, and her payment was she either got paid 5,000 in cash or got free Sims games for life. And she got the free Sims games for life, and she still gets every Sims game for free because of that, which is very funny.
Nice. Well, in a similar vein, I want to answer this as well, which is, no, I have not played Sims 4, mainly because I am not a woman. So
Same.
I have not played Sims 4. I have this thing. It's called self-respect.
I have this thing called testes. So I have not played.
Sorry,
This guy talking about his going.
No, kid, you can't do that anymore. It's not good for you.
Yeah. No, Mimsy, go talk about how much you love The Sims, though.
Yeah, Mimsy, let us know.
Let us know how much. I know you love The Sims.
Let us know in the comments down below.
Yeah, let us know in the comments below. Yeah.
Who won? Who's next?
I don't know if she gets the packs for free, by the way, Future Wario.
If she got those packs, that thing literally pays for it.
No way. There's no way she got
5,000 now.
I don't know, but these packs are insane. All I'm gonna say is I have a special boy named Vim, who's my best friend. He found out that there's some very nice Russian person, I don't know if they're a female, called Fit Girl, and this very nice Russian person named Fit Girl has a really interesting adjustment to The Sims, and I haven't had to worry about paying for packs in 2 years. I've saved thousands of dollars. It's very nice.
She's a mail order bride.
Probably.
Emphasis on male.
Shut down. Sims 3 is a better game than Sims 4, for the record, and I'm very mad that Sims 4 is such a downgrade from Sims 3. But we can have the Sims. You know what? I'll even tell you this, chat. Here's a real fun thing for you. I have a video in my pocket that talks about the lore of the Sims games, because nobody in this call but me understands just how psychotically deep they are, and how they probably have some of the most interesting and well-written backstories of any franchise you could think of out there, and it's the Sims. The Bella Goth story is actually interesting as a concept, and the way the whole thing unfolded. But, they're all boys here. They don't want to talk about it.
Boys? Is that with a Z or a Y? Or I was about to say a Y. Is that boys with a Z or an S?
You find out.
Well, it's important to know.
Your
best boy Vim told me he's interested in understanding what that means.
Sorry to interrupt your Starfield thought there, Pag.
I don't remember where I was.
It's okay.
I don't remember where he was either. We should just continue onwards as if nothing happened.
All right. So what else do we have in the itinerary for this final podcast?
Well, that fun tangent was not
No,
something I
it's famous
expected, which was
podcast,
great.
actually.
But that fun tangent was fantastic. But I think that
Fantastic, you say? Would you even say fan-for-stick?
I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I have
You know what? I'll kill you.
My power is too much for
you
you.
want to talk about the new Fantastic Four thing? I think that's
Oh no, God, no! That looks like a train wreck. I'm good.
I don't know anything about it. I know
I think it
nothing
looks
about it.
It's,
all
called-
right.
it's
I think it Yeah, exactly.
Anytime
It
a project
has-
looks mid, it comes out horrible.
Yeah, it gives me the same vibes as like what's the thing that just came out? Thunderbolts or Avengers.
Oh my god.
That's kind of the
the
vibe.
Thunderbolts came out. It was just that forgettable.
Yeah, don't say that. Mimsy really liked that movie, and by really like that,
Thunderbolts came out.
Thunderbolts did.
I was forced.
Thunderbolts
Is it
came out and
Pikachu
it did
movie?
okay, and they revealed it to the new Avengers, and everybody got mad about it for a weekend before they realized they don't care anymore about Marvel.
Yeah. The thing, if we're gonna talk about trailers that I'm actually excited for, like superhero, I think Superman looks great. I'm very excited for
I
that.
don't think it looks great. I think it's gonna. I'm scared. I'm very scared for Superman.
Really?
I think
Every
it'll
time
probably.
because I've seen the first 20 minutes of it. Go ahead, Pops.
I'm thinking it'll probably like visually, it'll probably look cool. Story wise, it'll probably be passable. Like I don't think people are gonna get mad. I don't think people are gonna think it's the best thing in the world. I
What
feel
if
like
I
that's
want to get mad?
where we're at with the like that's kind of the best we can expect from superhero movies now. Like there's not really been any big anticipation for something ever since like like the past 6-7 years. It's
Since Endgame, which came
Since
out
Endgame.
2020, was it?
It came
like
out a
20
while ago.
I think it was
I think it's
2019.
2019.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
say
so
2019.
6 years ago.
2020 was COVID, so and it had to be like a year earlier. So
I think
Yeah.
Spider-Man: No Way Home was the last one I'd say. No strings attached.
People
was
actually
a
cared
good one.
about, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the point. Yeah, that was probably the last.
That was the last one I could say I really cared about, and I still would go back and watch, which sucks because I want to like more. Oh my god, we got a super chat.
I
You got
don't
a
know if I
super chat
agree.
from
I
who?
think-
$250 from Not
Holy
Nefarious. Well, if this is
crap.
the last one, here you go. Oh my
Jesus,
goodness!
wow.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much, Not Nefarious.
I don't know if I agree with that. Give me 1 second, because there is one movie that like okay, yeah. So I'd say I'd like. I'm not gonna go out my way to watch it, but I'd like rewatch. If someone's like, oh, let's watch like the Suicide Squad, I'd rewatch that, even with
The Suicide Squad was good.
I was
I like
talking
that
about
one.
Marvel specifically, but the Suicide
Yeah,
Squad
no.
was
Well,
fine.
sure, but like this whole conversation started with Superman, which is DC. So like I feel like you do have to kind of, and it's made by the same guy. So like James Gunn is, and his DC work especially is pertinent to the question.
That's
Or to
right.
the conversation,
Sorry,
I
So
guess.
I'm so thankful for Not Nefarious. Thank you so much, man. I really
Yeah, that
appreciate
is
it.
That
insane.
is
Like
very
not
generous of you, man.
not to get back,
You're the
like
best.
not to get too much off track. That is genuinely insane, and you know.
Yeah, if you ever need someone to tongue punch your chili ring, you just call me up.
You won't mind after the stream, I'll leave the internet. You can be the mod.
Unfortunately, you've been breaking up. You're breaking up, Pops. We can't hear you,
Yeah,
buddy.
you're cutting out, buddy.
George
Sorry, man.
said very interesting.
That was it.
Much better.
Yeah, listen. For that much money, I'll leave the internet. You can have my mod job in the server.
That's a gift for you. That's a gift. That's not. You're not doing him a favor. You're just doing what you want to do anyways.
Just saying.
So, Not Nefarious, if you want to set the topic for anything, you're welcome to set it. We'll talk about it whenever you want. But unless you say otherwise, we're going to talk about going back to Superman. I would say the Suicide Squad was fine. I liked most of it. I think it's thinking about it, it's probably the best since No Way Home for sure.
Yeah,
and I think
I
that would
definitely
qualify in
agree.
the category of movies I would watch again. I think that I would agree with that.
I think I'd even move it up to good if it didn't have the Harley Quinn stuff. But Harley Quinn isn't in enough. I put it into fine.
I don't think she's as much of a problem as some of the other issues with that movie. Harley
That's
Quinn is
fascinating.
annoying, but I
Uh-huh.
think that she's done the best in that movie she could have been because we had to keep her.
I like the part.
I
If you're
think
if you're sticking a gun to my head and I have to keep her, probably, but like she's still pretty bad. Like she's still
well, I'm
pretty
not
bad.
saying
And
she's not. I'm just saying like clearly you had to keep her though.
She's
no,
too popular to try and
that's
cut.
actually not. I don't know that's true because he did specifically. He was like proud of what he did with Harley Quinn, so I don't think it
But he
was
also
like.
was proud of Polka Dot Man because he hates him. He said Polka Dot Man was a piece of shit and deserved what happened to him, which is just not true if you watch that movie.
I totally forgot he
love-
did.
I
say
also-
that. That's right.
James Gunn.
I
So
did,
here's the problem with James Gunn.
I
I
did
hate
forget
him as a
about that.
person.
I forgot.
The jokes he makes on Twitter are like vile, and it's one of those things where it's like I'm not trying to cancel somebody, but there's a way to make jokes about like raunchy and like problematic, let's just say, subjects. But
There's a
I'm
way
going
to
to be
do it,
honest.
and he didn't.
If you're an executive in Hollywood who's friends with somebody like Jeffy Epstein, you shouldn't make jokes about locking children up in your basement. Just gonna go off on a limb here.
You know what I love the most
Unless the joke is very funny.
Well, I don't know, because like I feel
Well,
like
it's not even
I,
that.
I could be wrong, but like because of how proud it is, it does feel like a personal decision that he's like, I do want to like have her have this big role and keep her.
No. You think you're misunderstanding. I think the studio said to have her, and he was happy to have her, though.
I don't know if
I think she was studio mandate, but he was ready to go with it.
Why do you
I
think
the
she's
studio
a studio
mandate is something
mandate?
you have to disagree with, for the record? You know, a lot
Why
of
do you
studio
think that
mandates aren't
it's a
wrong
studio mandate?
because she's
Like,
so
I guess-
friggin' popular, and they had what's her
Yeah, that's probably
face?
true.
They had they had Hottie McHot Pants under contract.
Yeah,
you're
that's
not
probably.
Hottie
gonna-
McHot Pants.
Oh,
You're not
right,
wrong.
because after this as well, there's Birds of Prey. I forgot that was coming out, so she needed to live. Frick, yeah, you're probably right. But- Dang it.
Yeah, you're not gonna cut out like she is legitimately the most iconic character in any of those movies.
Like,
You-
and also, you know, James Gunn probably is a fan of her because most. How do I put this without?
Well,
Most
no,
people
I'm
of
not.
his persuasion like Harley Quinn for the wrong reasons.
I get that he. Well,
there is no wrong.
to begin with, I wasn't even disagreeing that like he likes her. Like he clearly liked her. He clearly thought what he did was good. My only contention was I wasn't sure she was a studio mandate, but she probably was actually.
She definitely would have been.
and he
Again,
was-
I think he agreed with it though. I think he's like, that's
Yeah,
a
no,
good
he agreed.
video.
Had to
He,
be.
he definitely agreed with it. Like that's. Yeah.
It's all right, Dr. Senpai. All you missed was Not All Fairies donating $250, and you missed us talking about how Starfield is mid and what we could have done to improve it. Then we had a brief interlude about The Sims, and then we started talking about Superman and how the new Fantastic Four trailer doesn't look that good compared to the Superman one. And then we started talking about movies that we thought were good since Endgame, and then we started talking about now the James Gunn's The Suicide Squad and some of the problems that live with therein. So going back to it, I also think that one of the problems with the Suicide
Just
Squad
quick
is.
thing.
Go ahead.
Well, just quick thing. So yeah, Mimsy, like said in the thing, this is just final stream. You know, when he's gonna focus on videos just because.
Yeah, I
of
should
the
probably
out-
reiterate for those of you who are just joining us. This is the final stream. I'm not leaving YouTube at all. But I don't have enough time throughout the week to keep doing these live streams because the prep work for the live stream and getting the research done takes a full day, and I only really have 2 days a week I can focus on doing content for the channel. So now I've been doing that at half speed. So the minute something goes wrong, which, you know, I'll just tell you guys, being frank for a minute, my mom had cancer. She's mostly over it now, but there was a lot of days where things went wrong this week, and I have to dedicate extra time to doing this. And because the podcast was weekly, anytime I would have a chance to work ahead, I would work ahead for the podcast as much as possible in order to make sure I had that prepped and ready to go, because that had to happen each week. And there were several weeks where we missed it because I was just so burnt out or so depressed. And I don't think it's fair to you guys to be giving it. Also, it demonstrably is hurting the channel. Every time I go live, I lose about 5 subscribers. And I've been, you know, I used to get about 100 or so subscribers per video upload. I can't keep shooting myself in the foot with these, unfortunately. I love doing these
I
things. but it's
I
just
have a
right
quick,
now it's temporary going away. Go ahead.
I just have a quick thing. Who are you, Nebula? I don't know. Like, who's this guy? I don't know. Who are you?
Yeah, do you know this guy?
Yeah, do you know this guy? I don't know. This guy seems like a
Nebula
weirdo.
before my life.
Exactly.
I definitely don't
Uh,
shoot
Yeah.
Future Wario is correct. Sky High is the best superhero movie ever
I, well,
made.
it's funny he says that. I know we discussed this at sometimes, Pops. I don't know why we discussed it.
I don't think
When we
live.
discussed this, I know we talked about this at like one time in DC for some godforsaken reason. We were like, "This is Sky High." I feel like I
Yeah,
just
it's one of those movies that like you watch it when you're like 4 years old, and you've probably seen it a bunch of times, and then like 20 years go by, and you're like, "Oh yeah, Sky High, that was awesome."
It
That
is.
is
It is one of
very
yeah.
fun.
It's one of
I
those
love-
like 5 movies that they used to always play on like Cartoon Network, Disney Channel. I don't remember which one it was. I think it was Disney Channel. I don't know.
It's Disney. It
Disney
is a
Channel.
Disney movie.
Okay, so it was the Disney Channel. It was one of those like made for TV. Was that actually released in theaters? Like, gun to my head,
It's a TV movie.
We
okay.
had
So
the
what?
DVD, Steve.
So then, yeah, it was like one of those like 5 TV movies that they would play like fairly often, along with like
It was that one. It was the new. It was the new Beethoven with the guy from Wizards of Waverly Place that was garbage. And what were the other ones? Hang on. Oh,
one I always remember is the
13th
freaking
year, mate.
Halloween with like the 3D CGI with the freaking witch, where the witch is like nice and they use all the monsters to bully the older kids. I freaking
I do
love
want
that one.
to interrupt you guys for 1
Gun
second.
to my
Dr.
Oh,
Senpai,
man.
I have it now set up if you did want to join the call again, by the way. I think he was same coin. He was on this chat last week, everybody. It took me a little bit to get the window sized correctly for 7 people. So if you're still there and you'd like to join, you're more than welcome to join. Johnny Tsunami, that's another good one.
For a second, you said Johnny Somali.
That's another character. We'll get to him later. He's the other superhero. Of the sorts. All right. Welcome, same coin.
Yeah, I didn't want to just jump in. What's up? Sorry, I'm late.
Good, buddy. You are good. Like we're just saying, we're just final stream, so we're just rehashing everything, talking about it. Highlights, favorite and funny moments, top 5 Family Guy stream moments, all that stuff.
Got
Exactly.
my family 3
Oh my
moments.
goodness, there's an ad. Oh, wait. Is this? No, this is my ad. Never mind. I'm lying. I'm just gaslighting.
What was your ad?
I don't know, some local ad, I think, but I thought it was like on the it went to the side, so I thought it was actually on the stream, because it didn't take up the whole screen. It's kind of nice.
Chat, make sure you like the video real quick to help boost it so people can see the final stream. I know not everybody can make it for tonight.
Make sure you thumb it up, like, subscribe, get it the best one ever so people can come in and be disappointed it's the last one.
Exactly.
Yeah. There used to be a lot of. Yeah. Hey, Pip, if you want to join the call too, I can open it for you as well.
Make it bigger, more.
Oh,
more.
It's not. I can make. It's already set up, as you can see from the stream. I can make it bigger. The limit is 100 people, by the way. I don't think there's 100 people who in the server.
Slaps roof of live stream. This baby can hold so many dipshits. Let's do it.
I would gladly have everybody who wants to join.
Difficulty tweak.
So for Future Wario, my mom is doing much better. She's basically beaten the cancer for the most part. As far as we know, it's in remission.
And as far as we know, she started cooking meth.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
She's not started with the meth yet.
Yet she's waiting for.
Exactly. Well, she's waiting. She's waiting to get the trailer finished. That's why.
Now you can't spell nutrition without nut.
Hi, Pip.
All right. So
Hello.
I do want to finish this part with my mother. So my siblings are both helping a lot, and not enough at the same time. You know how siblings are. My younger sister is doing everything she can to run like interference for my mom with medical stuff and help with that. My younger brother is also he lives far away now, but he's been donating and helping out financially. And my young brother is currently in a bit of a strange position with his jobs, but he's trying to help out morally when he can. He's not exactly equipped for that, but he's doing what he can. And then as for my dad, it's funny. My mom and dad are actually divorced, but my mom had had a problem with the current place she was living, and my dad went out of his way to open up his home back for her. So even though they're divorced, my dad still went out of his way to help her, which is
Yeah, 'cause your dad's a good dude.
yeah.
I mean,
I'm
yeah.
always endlessly flabbergasted when I
He's a
look at my
great- he's a
dad.
great
and how
man.
much of a moral, just an upstanding moral person he is. I love him so much. In fact, it's funny. I believe half the phone call has actually been on a cruise with my dad now.
Yep.
Say, let's
That's
count.
Party animal that man is.
All right, I'm going to
One,
rotate out.
two.
It's been real. It's been fun. You guys have a fantastic night. And Kid, the podcast has been a great joy to be on. Whenever you start doing it again, I hope I can be there to see it.
Of course, thank
Y'all
you, Peg, and
have
I'll
a good
gladly
one.
have you back, buddy. Go buy his books.
Yeah, buy my books.
Drop the link in the chat.
It's in the description, so
Oh, okay, cool.
His best book, Peg and You.
no, actually, his best book is the one that it's linked in the description, I think. It's a sci-fi comedy that takes place in a bit of an alternate Earth, where some guy who's a total how do I put this? He's kind of a prick, and he meets a talking pig, and he enslaves the talking pig to help him go on sci-fi adventures.
That's not exactly what happens, but those are the two.
It's close enough.
The guy's like kind of a washout. So he's one of those guys, like an old school, like he was in the military and now he's not, but he's got those skills, but he's got like his own issues going on mentally and just his habits and everything. And then
I'm sorry. 1 second. Just Future Warrior, my brother in Christ. It is in the description. What do you mean, book name?
It's called Liftoff: Interstellar Garbage Bin, Book 1.
It's a lot of fun.
Great title.
Okay, that's actually
Book
bigger,
one, it just
bigger than I
speaks
thought.
to me in ways I can't describe.
Oh, that's very nice.
6.
Five,
It's
yeah,
5th or 6th.
I am hoping to at least get to my first.
I know he did the Homestead
Publicly
trilogy.
released. You have to
Let's
buy
see.
it, and maybe he'll send you a link to his secret archive. Below the spicy
Here.
fan fiction.
Here, John. Let's see if I can give you a proper send off here with this. Let me see if I might turn my noise suppression real quick.
Please.
What? Yeah, what? Come on. What's a little doxing between friends?
I'm just
Exactly.
What's a
I am just
little
opening a simple can. Here's to you, bud.
Thank you.
And to all the YouTube hall monitors, that was a sparkling water.
Just a-
Drink the sparkling water.
I don't think they
Non-
care about that one, honestly.
Really?
They do get mad about that.
Hmm.
Because, YouTube.
Well, non-disclosed. Non-disclosed sparkling water.
Yeah.
Does the book have pictures?
Why do you need pictures?
Wario, you're a big boy. The book does
This
not
is-
have pictures. I'm sorry.
This
To one day bullying
You
him
need to be-
into doing a. Because I'd love to upload it to the channel actually, a voice, an audio book of his books. I think it'd do really well on the channel.
Yeah, that might be interesting. I don't know if you'd want to do it to your main channel, just because I don't know how that would do. But it'd definitely be interesting.
I
that's
don't
for
mind
sure.
taking the hit for the main channel for that because that's a worthwhile thing to have on there.
Fair enough.
Because it's related to I did his first book review is one of the better performing videos on my channel. I think it's one of the best
Interesting.
non-history of videos I did.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Fair enough.
Reminds me. Let me check.
or what reminds you of another topic to discuss. So you
Well,
won't get
clearly
bored?
not, because we're all sitting around, you know,
What
in our pockets.
channel is currently active is Creatively Garbled here, who's got the Shiny Strawman. If you're on Twitch, however,
It's active, but not in the it's not too active right now.
And then Pip here's got Late Night Losers is his YouTube channel. But if you're on
Ew.
Twitch, he also has that name, and Nebula the Wanderer is also on Twitch. And they both stream there. And I've
Yes.
been in Nebula streams multiple times. Usually we
Indeed.
stream Wednesday night, so I'll still be in his streams with him. And then I might be showing up in Pip's streams a bit more now. He currently is doing it for
But yeah.
Florida, but I'm going to bully him to doing other stuff too.
As
when
you
you-
should. He's an idiot.
Yeah. When
The
you
rest of
started
us-
talking about channels, I was like, dang, Pip and Nebula are just dead meat, I guess. I was like, Fred. It's like, by the way, there's only one guy with the channel. Garbled. I was like, wow, just letting the rest have to die. I mean, fair enough.
I forgot.
We're
Is it YouTube
gatekeeping.
because Pip primarily is a Twitch streamer.
Gatekeeping. Well, I stream there, but I put all my videos to YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know,
Dude,
so
just
like
gatekeep.
the
What is it, gatekeep?
gaslight
Girl
girl
boss?
boss.
Damn right.
Yeah.
Exactly. And if you all will help me, we'll eventually bully Same Coin here into making a WoW, World of Warcraft lore channel. I think he could do it one day. I don't want him to be accurate. I want him to do it while he's drunk. It'd be very funny.
Be like
Well,
drunk history.
Saying,
Drunk,
It's
It
funny
would be
drunk
because-
history.
phenomenal.
drunk history
It's
was
funny-
peak content. Take fantasy history and make that drunk be even more peak content. I've always been interested in it. I have no confidence in my ability to pay attention or do anything, however, so we'll see one day.
That's what I mean by you need to do something. Like at the beginning of the stream, like it doesn't have to be perfect. Just do it, you idiot.
I agree. By the way, two things. One, Future Wario, I agree. I love doing the live streams. One of my favorite parts of the week, hanging out with everybody. And two, there's a channel. I don't want to, I am going to shout out Cinny, who's been, on we shouted his game once before, and he was a friend in real life. I told him about 2 years ago when he was first trying to come up with new content for his channel, because he's really good at drawing shorts and like little quick things. I said, Cinny, since you're a good artist, you need to basically get all of us do
I hate the
drunk
protection.
recordings, huh?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine.
I said the best content you can make, Cinny, right now is take because he was really into Splatoon. I said the best way you could do this is to get like a dozen people or half a dozen people that you trust, pick like 4 of them per recording, and then do a blank poorly explained Splatoon lore. And I said if you do that, some of us can get drunk while doing it. I said you got a 1 million sub channel right there.
Perhaps not Splatoon specifically, because Nintendo is very ruin everyone's life happy right
just
now. But yeah,
do
something like
poorly,
that.
The channel's called channel's called Poorly Explained Lore, and because you can draw things and animate it really quickly, and it doesn't have to be super difficult.
You're already doing this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's already
That
making
sounds great.
Splatoon shorts, and then all you got to do is, I said, since you know Splatoon, explain to us the fact that the speaker is the greatest villain who one of his crimes, according to Wiki, is omni-deaf. And you hear that, like, what the heck is omni-deaf? And it's the funniest crap ever. Listen to explain it. And I said, dude, this is a 1 million sub channel. All you do is have somebody who really likes a fantasy or any game or something like that come over and explain it to you. Explain a weird tangential concept of it.
Just gotta do what you do. Get a on-call autist like myself whose hyperfixation is the next video content.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's all you do is you record, you record an hour and you cut it down to the most interesting
real
10
estate.
minutes if you need to, and then you upload it. It's right there. And the best part is, I told him because I can't do it because I don't have drawing skills. I'm like, it's so much easier for you. You get to draw all of the characters reacting and doing dumb stuff. You're not limited by what you can find in a Google search for your images.
Yeah.
And I said you could also don't even have to color the images in is the best part. You can just have like sketch drawings essentially, and you'll get away with 90% of it. And it'd be even funnier.
And
There's a ton of channels with like the sketch things, and even and that definitely seems to be like a very popular idea because my boss has seen how passionate I am with history, and he's recommended a similar thing where it's like basically just do drunk history. And kid, I think I don't remember. You remember better than me when I was drunk, but I feel like you were privy to one of my rants a few times. So
I think drunk history would be very, very funny.
I remember,
it's already existed. Go ahead, Pap.
Remember, chat, if you have no artistic talent, just use AI.
Exactly.
yeah.
I'm kidding.
AI here.
We love AI so much. That's why
Yeah.
we're selling our firstborn children to them.
I always
It's
tell
glad
you said that.
ChatGPT thank you when it
I'm glad you
answers my
said that.
questions.
So now,
That way, when it takes over, it'll let me live because I was nice to it.
That's
Yeah.
another thing. I think it's funny that thanking them, the bot costs extra processing power.
Is
So
it?
we wanna,
they actually
Right, well-
calculated it. It's like what tens, hundreds of thousands.
it's about $1 million
I'm
a
doing
year
it.
in wasted potential it costs them, according to them.
In
Every
either
people buy a
direction,
box.
then I'm doing the Lord's work.
Uh-huh.
However,
Yeah.
they also say that it's worth every penny just in case it does take over. That
Yeah.
is a quote from the actual people who run it.
Amazing.
So a few things I want to respond to some chat messages. One of the other guy. So to answer your question, for your Oreo about book writing advice, I have in my Discord. There's a whole writing advice section which I go through multiple videos. The best advice I can give for people who want to learn to write is go look at Brandon Sanderson's BYU lecture series. He records.
Oh, I've been listening to that myself, actually.
Yeah, he's recorded about since 20
A lot.
12, 7 years of his once a year class that he teaches at BYU, where he goes over. It's a full on collegiate level course on writing advice. The only thing you're
He's
not
very,
getting from. Go ahead, Pops.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've seen a few of them. He's very good at highlighting like what's important as far as like pacing and like establishing kind of the what am I trying to say? The way that he talks about like this is how you tell a story, like this is what you need, this is what's important, this is what to pay attention to. It's just the kind of a little thing like as kind of a backbone for what you're
He's
trying
great
to
at
do.
getting
Rather-
into the basics. Here's how you do the most important stuff, the foundational work. All of that stuff is what he's really great at doing. And that's the hardest part. Because once you've learned all the basics and how you can actually write and do something and, have setup and function, now you can go out and break all those rules and make a good book. And he tells you that all the time when you're listening to his things.
You can break rules. It's just, if you don't know what you're doing in the first place and you try to break rules, you're going to do it really terribly.
Right, yeah.
And
you must
also,
know the
he talks
rules before you
specifically.
can break them.
Exactly. And think about Brandon Sanderson, unlike every other writing advice channel or book out there, like Stephen King's On Writing is great, but Sanderson specifically says, look, I know all of you want to write sci-fi and fiction and fantasy. I know that's what you want to write, but you can't do that until you understand how writing works at first. And he really goes into detail about not just writing, but writing for the genres, writing genre fiction like you want to tell, which is super important, I think. And because you get 7 years of his lectures on YouTube, it's going off, and you could just basically, because I watched all 7 years of his lectures, because he goes into more detail. And it's just like you get in college classes literally for free. The only difference is he's not grading your papers, giving you personalized feedback.
Well, yeah, and also if you're going out and actually trying to learn it, I think that's going to be a lot more of a better investment than paying a whole bunch of money for stuff you don't want to do.
And he also will tell you specifically something to remember, which I agree with him on this. Writing doesn't get the same luxury that every other creative work gets, where you're allowed to just draw for the sake of drawing. You're allowed to just, make model trains for the sake of model trains. Writing is the only one that if you write for yourself or write for your friends and family, people ask you, when are you going to make money off of it? Because they don't view the value when you're just making art for your personal sake, which I think a lot of people should do. You should write stories for your friends and family. It's one of the things I think is the best part about D&D and all the tabletop games. That should be a more recognized and appreciated medium to do. I think that's super, super important. Also, animate for the book. I don't think Cindy would do that. He doesn't like Peg very well. They got in an argument over, let's just say religion and keep it at that. So to answer James's questions, I see NNN answered it too, but to fully give it, because I know more people have joined since then. This is goodbye for now. I'm taking a break from live streams. My family situation is not untenable. It's just I can't keep working on my YouTube channel and the live streams at the same time. They take about half the time it takes for me to make D&D YouTube videos. Just so you know, chap, just the process it takes. It takes me about 30 hours of just research for all the videos I do. I go through and I try to find the sources of the sources of the sources for everything. Sometimes it's not there. But the
Are they in
Tarrasque,
MLA format?
exactly. No. I don't believe in giving you my. Can I give you my sources in the videos? You know, like the last video that I'm working on, I'll just tell you right now, is the history of the Tarrasques, and I also work on the history of Tengu one. But the Tarrasque video, I went around and I found no websites mentioning the Spanish Tarrasque at all until I found it offhandedly mentioned as a funny slang term in a Spanish dictionary as Tarrasca, which basically means horny old bitch. And I'm like, that is funny. Why do they call it that? And after doing it, I took an incredible amount of research to find that it's related to Queen Anne, you know, yes, the one who married Henry VIII, and the fact that she replaced Catherine of Aragon, and all this historical stuff, which is hysterical. And like, I'm like, this is so funny that they're so salty about the English Queen that they added a new slang term, you know, to the entire world because they hated her so much. That's funny, and I have to include that as a thing. But the research it takes to be able to find these references in other languages is difficult. Never mind in English. So just the research takes that long. Takes me about 6 to 8 hours to actually script a video afterwards, because I don't just write the script once. What I do is I will dictate the script. I read it back, edit it for clarity, take a break, go do something else, come back and dictate it again, and you know, see if it comes out as well to make sure the script flows and I hit all the points I want to hit. Then after that, I go through and edit the audio, which only takes me about however long the video is. It takes 1.5 that time to record it. So if it's if the video is 20 minutes long, it takes me about 50 minutes to record it because I do 2 takes, and sometimes the takes get messed up and such like that. Then I splice the 2 takes together to find the best take I can, the best takes of both of them. Then I send it to Shadow for him to actually edit the audio because he likes editing audio. Then after I get it back from Shadow, I edit the actual visuals, and it takes me about an hour of visual editing per minute that you see on screen, because not only am I having to line up all the timelines and stuff, I want to make sure that every visual on screen matches to the point where I will go out of my way to find pictures, or even sometimes I've had to have AI do it, or I'll pay people to draw me pictures of specific poses of things, or I'll find ways to edit them. It takes me a very long time to get all set up. So that's why each video takes so long to make. And I'm cutting it in half to, you know, have to make the live streams, which I love doing. I just can't afford that right now because it's hurting the channel. If the live streams is rocking and rolling, and I was gaining 20, 30 subs every live stream, then sure, I can see me doing this and it'd be worth it in the background. But live streams are good for maintaining subs, not for growing subs. And now, so that hopefully answers your question, James. Books have publishers or self-published. Brandon Sanderson talks about both those. Lamb, you're echoing again. Brandon Sanderson talks about the benefits of both of those. Pag's always in the self-published thing for himself, because that means that he gets full control over his world. I think that's, you know, I can't tell you which one is better. I will tell you this, though. Self-publishing has gotten a lower barrier to entry, which is both the positive and the negative. You're going to be competing against a lot of crap. Lamb, you're echoing with your food again.
I'm not even eating.
You sound like you're slurping a Slurpee or something.
Yeah. It's just very funny. But to finish what I was saying, with self-publishing, if you publish yourself, you're not going to get noticed. You need to have a big presence elsewhere for people to look at you and show you. Go ahead, Pops.
You need to have like kind of an established presence, whether it's on like Substack or something else, and you got to kind of have. It's the same issue that we're having with the streams, where it's like it would be great if we had an audience that already liked everything, and then able to just have this maintain, just give people a little bit. But
it's making enough money that I could quit my other job. I would be able to stream and make videos.
But yeah, if you're gonna put out something that, like, you know, a book, for example, that's self-published, you absolutely need to have some sort of established audience before that. Like, whether it's through what's he doing? Royal Road, right? Yep. There's Royal Road. There's Substack. I know is a big one. I think like Michael Creighton and actual like pretty like iconic authors are starting to go to there. But you gotta you gotta put the work in early before you kind of put out your magnum opus and expect
Make a
anyone
YouTube channel.
Yeah.
something.
Well,
Yeah.
In
Yeah,
fact,
you
I can
have to
tell you
start
right now-
somewhere. You can't just be like, how can I get 10 million subscribers off of this one video? It's gonna go to the moon. It's like, no, that's not how it works. And even when you have you have some YouTube channels that just sort of like, I don't want to say go to the moon, and I also want to stop saying like as much, but when they have really big videos that go to the moon that are like a 10,000 subscriber channel that gets millions of views, they have some special sauce there. It's not just they threw one out the wind and it's just like, oh, it caught. And I keep on saying like,
You mean like T-Series?
Yo, I just I gotta correct myself. Michael Creighton's been dead for 20 years. I was thinking of Chuck Palahniuk. I'm very sorry.
Something like,
I don't know why I thought of him. I don't know why.
Okay. Don't worry.
But,
Chat
yeah.
would have been angry at you later, but you corrected it. So, ha! You fell for it, chat. If you fell for it, like the video. The other thing is with remembering for self-publishing for Peg, my one review that I did for his first book, I believe last time I talked to him, the first book he made for the Homestead, because I made one video on it, sold more than like the rest of his books combined. And I'm not a very big YouTuber.
Well, I mean, to be fair, there is also the possibility, like, it is like the first thing usually does the best, because from there the barrier to entry is always higher. Because like if you read the second book, you have to read the first one. Where if you're reading the first one, you know you can just come from anywhere. You know.
I do think because I have read them, I do think he does well enough to try and establish the world in each story that it doesn't feel like you're just getting thrown in there and you don't know what's going on. But yeah, obviously you're right. If there's a part 2, like people are gonna go, why am I getting the part 2 without knowing about the part 1? So that does make sense. Yeah,
I've seen it happen with YouTube videos and like YouTube series is that instead of naming them like part 1, part 2, they'll just be like, I don't know. My first thought is just Fire Emblem, the Onderon Saga, and then the next one's Fire Emblem, the Midgar Saga or whatever.
Yeah, like
specifically part 1, part 2, part 3. It's that I'm seeing this chunk of the story. It's not this specific.
Yeah.
I'm not any context. That's what the parts 1 and 2 are going to give you.
Right. Like I got an example as well. Like I like the series where he's going over the Holy Roman Empire, and he always covers like one emperor. So then it's not like, oh, it's this dynasty or this series of emperors. It's like, oh, here's Frederick Barbarossa or something like that, and then like of course make some.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Chinese for a second, so it's like, oh, I'm sorry, I got really confused because when you said that there was 10 million dead, I thought that was the previous one. It's just that it happened again. Oopsie.
What way did you think that the
history?
Holy?
Crazy.
I'm sorry. In what way did you?
So the next thing the chat wanted to know, how do you join D&D game with no friends who play D&D? So that's actually it's very exactly. It's very easy to do that. There's 3 options you basically have. Do you have friends? If the answer is yes, then you get D&D, and whatever time you guys normally hang out, you convince them to play with you that time. You tell them that you run the game.
Let me give you an example, right? So I work with the animal shelter, and one of my coworkers, you wouldn't think that like these veterinarians and vet staff and like random office workers, women, whatever odd thing that they would be.
We don't know any of those, right, guys?
One of my coworkers actually has like a big fascination with making up these D&D games, or like he was always into kind of the fantasy storytelling and things like that. Like,
why did you say these D&D games like you're 70?
So because I am
spiritually 70, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway,
coming up with these days.
It's funny enough, if you go to people who kind of just are your friends anyway, and you say, "Hey, I've got an idea for this fun game or whatever," all it is like come and hang out at my house. We'll have the game going on, you're still hanging out with your friends. Like a lot of the time, it's not like they're actually going to look at you as like D&D. This guy's a loser. I hate this guy now. It's like, no, just put it out there, man. If you got, but it's like you kind of have to put the effort in to have your world and stuff like that. And this guy did put in the work. Like he showed me like maps of his worlds and stuff and things like that. His whole narrative plan. And so people are interested in it. So I mean, there's a way to do it, but you can't just be like, hey, come over to my house and I'll tell you the lore of D&D. It's like, no, it doesn't work like that. You kind of, as long as you can make it fun.
Yeah, another thing you can do is there's a lot of systems that are basically D&D, but like in a specific genre. So if you have a group of buddies, and I'll tell you right now, if this is how I got into it, I don't give a crap about D&D. But a friend of mine, and who wanted to sell me his D&D books, he gave me this copy of the Star Wars version of D&D. And I love Star Wars, so I was like, this is before they ruined it, by the way. It's before Disney got it.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, and so I was like, oh, hell yeah, dude. I like Star Wars. Let's get into it.
We made Star Wars great again.
Yeah, and he showed it to me, and it was just phenomenal. Me and another guy who's a former friend now, we took the time to figure out how to play this game because we like Star Wars so much. And we got his D&D game, and as, same coin is, that's when I brought him into this hobby. And I now have I played D&D with most of the people in this call at some point or another. And to the point where I have my own system that I ran now, and I've been inviting other people in, and that that works. And so option 2, Future Wario, is go to your local game store and find people there.
Game stores have a lot of those. Yeah.
There's so many.
So usually,
you're going to have to pay a lot of money if you get into stuff like this.
Like beyond that, there is also like because a lot of times if you go to like those stores, they'll a lot of times have like a board that's like, oh hey. Yeah, that's
40K. Might be right. 40K still applies, but I'm just thinking like, if you want to get more into this hobby, it will be expensive, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just
I completely disagree. You could do D&D for free.
It doesn't have to be.
Especially if you go to the game
not
store.
One of them.
Dude, you know how much stuff? Yeah, you know how much stuff you could have that's like written on paper versus on a computer. Like
I was gonna say, like D&D is the cheap, like not expensive to do.
If you're trying to get the physical stuff to own yourself, yes, you should expect to spend money. However, one of the bigger philosophies around the hobby is that it's open source. A lot of it is just available for use. You can do whatever you want with it. It's very easy to find for free. Now, if you want to have physical minis that are like maybe professionally made,
I just feel like it's more like as if you just use it as a general format anyway, without it being explicitly like, oh, it's a D&D game. It's like, no, it's just I'm having a fun game with my friends. Like you don't need to buy, the bits and pieces.
Yeah. We used Legos for years.
There you go.
Instead of minis.
There's all kinds of stuff that you can do in D&D despite what Hasbro has tried to do.
Exactly. Despite the best efforts of the evil corporations. There's in the first edition D&D, one of the first rules that it suggests is if you cannot afford minis, which by the way, that was the way they made their money back then, it says simply use pennies for player characters, dimes for small foes, and nickels for big foes, with quarters representing bears and creatures of that size. Use plastic figures for dragons if necessary. It suggests you can play with a handful of pocket change on a chessboard. Like, you can play this game for so cheap as long as you get the rules. And, like, all the rules are free online. For the best versions of the games have all the rules for free online right now. Without a doubt, the two best versions of D&D, or I'll even say 3 best, are 5th edition, 1st edition revised, and 3rd edition, 3.5. Those are the 3 best versions of D&D, all free online. You can find all of that.
Definitely warrants
there
for
also
discussion, but he did ask a question about how to get into games with people.
Yeah, it's true.
Branching off of that a bit, there also exists Pathfinder and Pathfinder 2e.
Yeah, Pathfinder the best. Yeah, so there's so many options, and if you go to a local game store trying to find somebody to play with there, they will lovingly introduce you to whatever their favorite game is. You might hate whatever their favorite game is. I'll tell you that right now. Plenty of people I know like something like Blades in the Dark, and that's just not my speed. It looks fun, but it ain't for me. I can't play that every week. But if you go to the store and talk to them, you'll get into it. Now, for option 3, there's something else that's really great. Most mainstream D&D YouTubers have Discords that are full of people looking for groups. I know that Esper the Bard For example, he has. I'm not part of it anymore, but he had when his Discord when I was in it for a little bit of time. He had not just rooms for people looking for games, but he also had special things where you could ping people if you wanted to play by post. There are probably about, I've been in 40 or so different Discords that all are just set up only for D&D to play by posts or they get together. In fact, there's a Discord that me and Nebula share right now where we're both moderators of, that's for Pag, the other guy in this call who left, his own game that he created. It's the Discord set up just for that game and his books. And we play games in there every once in a while, every Monday and Thursday. It's fantastic. And I have a private Discord for my own game that I used to run on Saturdays. And it's just we're just independent guys doing this ourselves. You can go find public places where are full of people looking for Discords. And I'm pretty sure
I'm in a server that's West Marches for Pathfinder 1E.
Yeah. You can just find these all over the internet.
Yeah. The easiest place would be literally Discord tabletop. There's a server for it. I was looking specifically for a Pathfinder, specifically with the Spheres of Power third-party supplement, which is by Drop Dead Studios. So I'm literally just in the Drop Dead Studios Discord, and I found it through that.
And if you're willing to dig into some of the less reputable parts of the internet, you could go to Reddit. There are plenty of tabletop boards there that are just full. You could compare it to the Tinder of D&D. There's people just looking to fill up their groups with whoever is interested. You may have to tell them a little bit about your character in advance. Sometimes you don't. It depends on the person. There are a lot of ways to get into a game if you don't know anybody. You just have to be willing to put yourself out there and explore a bit.
Yeah. And if you get a bad one, you can always post your story on Reddit for Reddit points.
Exactly, yes.
Points. Yeah. Everybody's
It's
favorite
some updates.
Yes.
The most important
Life
metric.
doesn't mean anything without my updates.
So
85% sure that Roll20, which is the most popular platform that you're most likely to be playing online with, also has a looking for group section.
It does. I've used it. It has succeeded once.
Hey, you've got no other option.
You found one group.
It's another option to look for.
Yeah. In my experience, it's always, hey, I joined the game, and we discuss characters, and then everyone disappears.
Nice.
You know what?
What do you mean nice? That's not nice.
The DM never shows up again. The game exists forever. They never delete it. So they didn't delete the app. They just were, I don't know, kidnapped or something. Who knows?
Dude, you get busy sometimes. That's just how it is. Just the problem is make sure that you have consistent communication with everybody too. Don't just do a one and done thing. That's where you get trouble.
Get on a schedule. Make sure everyone is on a good schedule.
If you don't have it down on your calendar, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Just morally, don't drag people into something and try and get them committed to it, and then you yourself are like, I don't really care. I'm going to move on to the next thing.
Yeah,
because I feel like that's what's going on.
That happens a lot with a lot of
Yeah.
And again, for Future Wario, he said tried getting in Wrath of Righteous, but felt too demonic with Baphomet and pentagrams. He felt like he was sitting playing it. I would really need to know, because you're talking about the table, is there a tabletop game you're doing? Or
So that is the video game of Pathfinder, I believe.
Yeah, because it's both. It's an adventure path they turned into the game.
It's basically Baldur's Gate 3, but with Pathfinder instead. In a different
but
story.
it was originally a table. It was a module. That's what I'm asking. Is he saying the module, or is he saying that it was the CRPG on the computer they was talking about? The video game. Really? That's interesting.
If you're listening, let them in.
I mean, that's a pretty standard thing for, hey, we need to establish the big bad.
Yeah.
You make them as evil as possible.
Does anybody have the audio of Frank Horgan saying to kill muties? That's not necessarily a bad thing to have to go and kill, dog. And I don't mean this in a disrespectful way. That's just sometimes what the play space is. I can't really give a better thing than that. It's that's...
Pentagrams aren't actually evil. Pentagrams are... Same with the Upside Down Cross, for the record. they've been co-opted by Satanists who have no brain cells.
Oh, the upside down cross is an interesting.
Wait, you
one.
repeated yourself. You said Satanist and then had no brain cells. You don't have to repeat yourself.
Oh, like there's Satanists, and then there's LaVeyan Satanists, who are even stupider. That's the people who co-opted these symbols. You're Catholic, your dad is a priest, by the way. Then if your dad is a priest, he should fully be able to explain that the pentagram actually is a holy sign of Jesus, and the 5 points of the pentagram represent the 5 wounds that Christ took, include with 2 in his hands, his feet, and his head. It's a protective symbol against demons, actually.
I believe it might go back farther than Jesus. I feel like it does. I couldn't tell you exactly when, but yeah, like
if it does, it's still a protective symbol that's been co-opted by Christianity as well.
Yeah.
Also, the upside down cross is actually St. Peter's cross. The guy that
that's how he didn't want to die
in
the same way as Jesus. He didn't feel like he was worthy.
Exactly.
There's that one, and then the St. Andrew's cross is interesting as well. The sideways one. Yeah.
Almost everything that people think is modern satanic symbols are not. Because, Anton LaVey, besides being a, how do I put this politely? A fan of Jeffrey Epstein.
Silly boy.
Yeah, he was an enthusiast.
Yeah, very silly boy.
Oh, no!
Yeah, he
Also,
one of his claims to fame is just because she's young doesn't mean we can't be in love. That's just how you know he's an upstanding moral person. He specifically made up symbols and grabbed random esoteric knowledge symbols to try to look smarter than people, and because people don't actually understand their faith, they were fooled by him. Because you get a lot of lukewarm Christians, a lot of them out there, who don't know what's going on. These are the same Christians who think Harry Potter is demonic, without actually reading Harry Potter, know it's not demonic, because you can have Christian magic. In fact, Christian magic used to exist all throughout the Bible. There's multiple times where people use esoterica and use, the holy. What do you think channeling the Holy Spirit is? Except as is technically a form of magic.
It's being Pentecostal.
Going back to D&D, if you don't like demonic and stuff like that, granted, but there might be demonic. Call of Cthulhu as well. For those who like what's his name? Lovecraft.
If you
universe.
wish to be the silly boy,
HP.
Yeah, it won't. The enemies won't be demonic because you're the demon.
they turn you into a squid face. It's fine. It's a great time.
I don't see why that.
Hewlett Packard Lovecraft.
I don't see why the involvement of certain symbolism would turn you off from a thing.
Yeah.
It's like, well, don't you want to learn about
it? It's also it's specifically
if it does
showing
turn
that
you out-
those are kind of like the evil. It's kind of like in Doom being angry that demon symbols exist as you bash demon skulls into mush.
If it's
not
a
only
preference
that,
to not have to deal with those things, it's a preference. Can't knock someone for that.
guess.
However, it is better to frame it like you're saying, in the sense that this is the evil that you are. If it's so evil, yes, it is. You are going to triumph over that evil with the help of your party.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, but I think you might be in the wrong hobby if this is a big barrier to entry. To be honest.
Yeah.
Say you're wrong about the pentagram starting out as Wiccan. It did not start all Wiccan at all.
No,
Wiccan's a brand new BS they invented the last 200 years. If we're being nice. On top of the fact, the first symbols that could be argued as pentagrams come technically from China because they use the 5 elements there. But if you want to get into what would be Western symbolism, the Greeks talk about it again because they use the 5 symbols for the 5 senses, as well as Neoplatonism using it, and it is completely subsumed by the Jewish Church. It even says, if you look it up, from around 300 to 150, it's a symbol of Judaism because it marks the 5 Hebrew letters. The letters that you spell out the word Hebrew with. That's what they do it with. So,
right? Because
Hebrew uses 6 letters.
In English it does, but you don't use the vowels when you spell words in Hebrew.
Yeah, I'm making a joke.
I know, but I'm just letting him know.
Maybe I hate you. How about that? Have you considered that?
Yeah, and then in the Middle Ages they specifically use it as a Christian symbol, which represents the 5 senses as well as, like I said, the 5 wounds of Christ, and it's an important role, in fact, in Gawain and the Green Knight, which is one of the best stories out there for Arthurian legends. It's my favorite Arthurian story. He paints his shield with the pentagram in order to imbue Solomon's power into him to defeat the Green Knight. This is awesome.
Wait, to
Side
use
note.
Saruman's power?
Solomon.
Saruman.
Solomon,
No,
the
King
king
Solomon.
from the Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah, Saruman. Yeah. So, chat for the record, Wicca is it's a meme. Wicca in real life today does nothing. It's basically women discovered like what druids used to be and thought that was them. It's Reddit nonsense.
Yeah.
One of
Calm
those
down, my
words are in
Wicca.
the Bible. Don't worry about it.
You need to calm down, my Wicca. Okay, calm
Yeah,
down.
I wouldn't stress about the period blood magic or anything like that. It's whatever.
Fun fact: Baphomet, and this is something that
Oh, I know this one. I
Yeah.
know this one. This is very interesting.
Baphomet is actually Muhammad, and this is not me being like racist or anything. If you listen to the way they talk about Baphomet, is the English version of what they said the Templars worshipped, which is Mahomet, which is how the French say Muhammad, which is how the Arabs say Muhammad. Because the Templars, guess what? Were over there fighting them. At best, it's possible that the Templars may have converted to Islam. And that's why they were killed, but allegedly.
They were not. I mean, I'm
They
gonna
definitely
get
were. But I'm saying, you want to assume the French are correct?
Yes, I got a meme for you. You talk on. I'll find this.
Yeah. So it's Baphomet's not even a real demon. He's a fake demon that they invented because the French needed a reason to kill the Templars, and the French don't understand who Muhammad is. Which, by the way, worshipping Muhammad is still just as heretical as worshipping a demon, technically speaking.
Yeah,
the
that's
French
also
needed some money. The French needed some money quick, and they saw that the Templars had quite a bit, and said, "You know what? I think I have a plan. And by golly, did it work? It did."
That's also why you see a lot of confusion when people bring up like the concept of the Baphomet. Like they'll mix it up with what is actually Baal or Moloch, because it's like it doesn't have the same. There you go. Yeah, they'll bring it up in the same context as that without really distinguishing the history.
Wicked demons out there, and I don't mind the mythology around Baphomet. It's really cool. The goat man, with the titties and stuff. Great, I love it. It's, I love killing it. But
That's
if you're
Baal,
worried
yeah.
about it being like a real demon, it's not. It's something that they completely made up.
Yeah.
And
I swear there was a podcast or something about a preacher going like, there's not necessarily a bad thing of make-believing, I guess, of using conceptually demons as a means to explore things.
Of course not. It's almost.
Don't make that what you explore, stupid. But I mean, it helps you understand morality, helps you understand evil, redemption. Tieflings are very popular.
All that does really ultimately is like if you can use it to establish some sort of system of belief and morality. Like,
Yeah.
right? That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Say something the same, Corn,
Also,
by the way?
yeah, I mean, just to get back to his topic on, or the point he's trying to make, like, maybe he doesn't care for the demon shit. That's completely fine. There are so many scenarios and settings that, yes, demons exist in the game's universe, but you can go an entire campaign without seeing one unless you go looking for it. And even if you go looking for it, you still probably aren't going to find it because the guy didn't put it in the campaign. There are so many ways to not have to deal with the subject matter you don't care for. Just, you talk to your DM ahead of time. Say, hey, is this in here? Okay, to what extent? If that's cool with you, all right, power ahead. You have a group to play with now.
Because you like killing the demons. I can tell you right now, and Nebula can speak to this specifically because this is something his character's doing a lot in the game I've been running.
Mm-hmm.
Demons show up all the time, and they do the demon thing of trying to tempt the party. At no point has Nebula ever decided that he needs to work with the demon. Because he understands that you can fight demons off and defeat them.
All right, so
in the event he may have decided to work with one, I'm sure you wouldn't
been with
try to
us,
recruit
kid.
him
That
to a
is
cult.
correct.
Nebula? Yeah, that's
in
your
the games that you have been with us, that is correct.
So say the game that I've been running, there's no reason for him to work with the demons.
Oh, those ones, yeah.
Yeah, the Thursday games. He could if he wanted to, because as a game master, I don't mind if players go to those places and want to explore those stories, but I also have consequences for things. You're not going to. Your demons aren't these cuddly, nice guys that get rebranded. My demons
Yeah.
are demonic for a reason. You can outwit and outmaneuver them, but it's also usually not worth the effort, to be honest. And you say you like the D&D for the gnomes, elves, orcs, and fairies. All that stuff is fine. You can have plenty of that in your set in your games too. You know, it's
Yeah,
completely
I think
okay.
it
Yeah.
comes down to more so
One-
the kind of the spirit of like the same reason why you're doing the cryptid thing and how it relates to fantasy. It's like when you explore these kind of concepts and archetypes, it's you going off of that, figuring out, okay, how can I relate this to my little setting and everything. It doesn't mean like, oh, I'm worshiping a demon. All right, Lamb, you good?
Mine was dead.
Has he been
and
muted?
then- so
I
let me-
feel
Whole time.
yeah.
I'm here. I'm here.
Welcome back, buddy.
I was on mute because apparently I was like echoing or something. So
So, kid, I'm gonna ask now because it's about the time. We doing Baldur's Gate tonight?
No, next question.
Okay.
Sorry, Nebula. I love you,
No
but
problem.
I'm sorry.
I
If you
don't.
want to
I
bounce
hate
and start streaming, you can. I'll send everybody over there when we're done here. But if you just want to hang out, that's also cool.
Nah, I'll just hang out.
That's fine. So, Future Wario, I understand that you're getting for real life demons, but they're not, especially Baphomet, it's not a real demon. The concern of real life satanic symbolism, they're not those. The thing that you should not concede Christian symbols to evil because that is what Satan wants. I'm speaking to you as a Christian to a Christian right now. You should find it laughable whenever a misinformed Christian would willingly concede any symbols to the Satan worshippers, especially stupid ones like the Church of the Levian Satanism, who don't even who pretend to not believe in Satan, they just want to do it to screw with people. Not only do they believe in the wrong, do they believe that evil is good, but they do so because they think it's funny. Like, they're not even like actual believers. They're the most detestable version of Satanists.
Yeah.
The stupid bastards, essentially. At the very
That's
least, a real
something that,
Satanist would worship like Satan because they think they get something out of it. Doing it because you think it's funny is just dumb.
I will say that's something that I think
Rick and
D&D
Morty,
does a lot, which is I don't think they use any of the traditional like quote unquote demonic symbols from real life. They make up their own.
The names usually are taken, but yeah, I don't think the symbols are often taken.
Some of them are, but not
you gotta
like all of them.
It's like it's one of those things where if you know it, you'll recognize it, but it doesn't really make that big of a. It's not that big of a deal.
And also, I find endlessly amusing that going back to the old editions of D&D, that even Gary, who was probably like the most like radical liberal of his time in terms of the things he would get away with, dude would wear ponytails and like smoke weed in the church parking lot as he was 40. He wore jeans and stuff. Gary was wild. Wild man.
oh yeah.
But even he, when they were designing the game, he made sure that the demons were statted out, like actual demons, but they were all weak enough that at any point any one of the gods could have just come and bodied them. It's very funny. You know that because he also was like, oh yeah, players want to fight the demons, so let's give them numbers and they can beat them to death.
I think that is. I know like a lot. I randomly listened to a lot of the lore at some point in my life. If I recall, the gods just are gods. The demons, or at least the like archdemons or demon lords or whatever, are specifically not gods.
Yeah,
so that's
they're
like a major
demigods.
difference. Yeah, not even.
That's why
I don't think they're even demigods.
Not really. No, what they are, they're not. Yeah, they're not really anything like a human. They're more like just entities, and they still serve under the same system.
I remember. I don't know the demons. I know the devils. If I'm getting this ancient lore correctly, were like a law, like at the start of all time or whatever bullshit. They were some kind of holy being, and they fought demons for so long that they became corrupted or something. It was something like that. So in
Beings of Law is what you're thinking of. Not
Beings of Law, got it. So devils and demons are differentiated, Future Wario. Demons are we want to destroy everything. Devils are the ones that are like, hey, give us your soul and we'll give you power.
Yeah.
Yeah, devils are beings of law that are like twisted to serve their own purposes. Demons are just beings that
Chaotic
want to
evil.
destroy all things.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Chaotic evil.
Destruction incarnate. Whereas the devils wish to corrupt society and rule over it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And a Pathfinder, I don't believe does that as well. I don't think Pathfinder has a lot of demonic symbolism, and if it does,
They do still have demons and devils. They Pathfinder is just like mostly a copy paste of D&D, but they did away with some stupid stuff and added their own stupid stuff.
Exactly. And then second edition said, "What if we removed all of the cool things and made everybody gay?"
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Pathfinder First Edition was my first foray into this hobby, and
Yeah.
I will never prefer another system to that. Close second is that Star Wars one, because using the Force is a skill check that you roll a dice for. So if you get really lucky, you can get really stupid with the Force.
And unlike the rules actually suggest against it, but I think it's more fun if the player. And this is actually a fun fact. I think now I'm thinking about Coin. I think the way you use the Force is what inspired the way the Elementalist class of my current game works, more or less. The idea that there needs to be a more mechanically codified system for you to be able to do shenanigans with your abilities, because I think that's the best part of the game is doing shenanigans.
Oh yeah.
And the like he said, the idea that you could use the Force, you just roll the dice, and if you got high enough, it would work. So I basically said, well, there's no rule in here because, like, you know, if you're a Jedi, you want to bring the cup to your face. I mean, come on, we've all had that moment where you're like, the toilet paper is just over there, and you can just use the Force to throw it to yourself. It'd be great.
I don't want to have to move over. Is it okay?
There's
Can
no
I just,
mechanical
like,
way to
TV
do
remote?
that. Exactly, the TV remote. There's no mechanical way to do that in the game. And I'm like, that's BS.
The best way to do it. The Force check was it's so simple and it's so good. It's like, what powers you want to use? Cool. You need to roll this minimum for it to work at all. The higher you go above that, the better it works, and even weirder it can get.
Yeah, but then they didn't have
Force
things where
pull
the
becomes
mundane
force pull someone's insides out of their mouth.
Yeah. But they didn't have any mundane usage, so I said, well, if you just roll and use the Force check
crush
without
your
having to
heart.
learn spells, you're fine. It was great.
Uh-huh.
Elder Scrolls calls angels, gods, and devils and demons. They're Aedra and Daedra. I actually don't like the way the Elder Scrolls does that. I think the more interesting thing is the divines being used instead of the word gods. I think that is a more interesting discussion to have. Because they're not God. The Elder Scrolls specifically uses
Interesting.
those
They
words.
call it gods.
They don't, though, is the thing. In this, like,
Oh,
the
okay.
people do, but the lore doesn't.
All right, this I actually know about. So the Aedra, who are the divines, they lost most of their power and they made creations. So technically, the Daedra, who are like the quote-unquote evil gods, are stronger than the ones that people actually worship.
Yeah. Only people who you should worship in the Elder Scrolls are evil. If you worship any of the good gods, it's kind of a waste of time. And it's cool for the setting, but if you're worried about, like, reinforcing the wrong worldview, and you're worried about the systems being, like, corrupted, that's probably one of the most evil and corrupted things you could do. I know that real-life symbols are not originally that way, but I don't want anything affiliated with real-life Satanists. Demons are fine as long as they're evil and fictionalized to real-life symbolism. I'm
not well versed enough.
You know
I'm
what?
not-
You know what? It's like how to do like a how to be a game master stream or something like that. Dude, like,
Yeah.
I'm not personally well versed enough in the real life symbolism to give you an educated retort on that, but I will tell you, you said, the demons need to be evil for you to abide them. Okay, cool. Go into any bestiary, look up any demon, look at its alignment. It can be chaotic, it can be neutral, it can be lawful. Every single one of them is going to be evil, so don't worry.
They're so
it's
evil to the
almost
point where, like, you can't hurt them with evil damage because they are such an embodiment of evil that they heal from being hurt.
They are comically evil. You will not have to worry about, like, if the game master is trying to, like, throw a demon at you that's kind of like trying to be your friend. Okay, fine. That's part of
friend.
That's part of his
Yeah, I mean,
story.
hey,
That's
fair
part of the
enough.
story the guy's trying to tell, and that's completely fine.
Yeah.
If you're going by the stat blocks in the bestiary, there ain't no good demons. They are evil.
Yeah.
They always got something up their sleeve.
Kill demons.
Well, beyond
they aren't
that, like,
above
like,
helping
kind
the
of
good guy to further their own goals.
right.
There's
Well,
that.
beyond that, with like the no real life symbolism, like, okay, but like all the symbolism has been like, it's all gay LARP. Like 60% of it is gay LARP. So like like it's not even symbolism because half of it's gay LARPing. So like, I mean,
I would say, yeah, it's also like, do you expect people to point these things out? And it's like, if you use this, they're going to be like, that's the symbol of this and that. It's like most people legitimately, like, they know like 1 degree underneath the symbol of what it means, but they don't know like the history of it or anything. Like, it's not that big of a deal. And at the same time, all you're doing really is just like doing that for aesthetics, just to like reinforce the nature of a given character.
like I assume like it's probably gonna be used like, oh, this is bad. It's not like if you have, of course, if you have some like gay game master who's like, oh, by the way, like all this demon symbology, by the way, it's good. Like, fair enough, but like,
They're free to believe that. You also are
Yeah,
free to not agree with them.
They're free to be wrong. Ugh.
yeah,
Like how
like
Hell of a Boss is trying to be this like really edgy stuff, and he's like, no, you just made something kind of bad.
we're not getting into it. I'm glad Kid is gone. Hello Boss has changed
I
into
specifically brought it up just to mess with him. All right.
Oh,
I'm
you
glad
missed it. Yeah.
specifically so that it doesn't mess with anything. We do not need to get into a freaking, what's it called? Whatever that show's called. Tangent. Hey, we were just talking about a show in particular that's not important. Anyways.
Yeah, it's not that important anyway.
So the thing I ask you, Future Warrior, about fictional symbols being fine. I don't know if we can
Where do you
say
come
this. How, to me, it doesn't make sense for you to be okay or not okay with showing a creature as evil that is coded with real life symbols and language that I'm allowed to beat to death because it's evil. That's not okay, but then I have like what's considered a neutral deity of the ogres.
Yeah,
That's well, the deity of the ogre in Pathfinder especially is funny because his domains are incest and struggle snuggles and and feces.
Your soldier.
Yeah, that makes sense for an ogre.
Yeah. So if you told me like I don't want that in my world because that thing like having a god of that is horrible, I can get it because you can't kill this thing. It's a neutral creature technically.
You could kill it, but it's a god. Like
Well,
how do you get to its domain to kill it?
You can still kill it. It's just
True,
it wouldn't necessarily be you vanquishing a great evil.
Yeah.
But yeah, the point is that like kind of the parts of the world that it represents by itself, like it represents a certain thing or concept, and it's like that's gonna go away.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things like that thing exists. Like I can see saying that's horrible. I don't want that around. But like I can't understand saying I don't want these things that I want my players to to kill. I love demons and I love having them in my games specifically because they're so evil that the players don't really have a moral quandary with killing them. Now, I have characters who are corrupted by demons and people like because to me it's a much harder thing to kill somebody who's possessed. And I think that's a more interesting quandary the players have to deal with. But if I just wanted to kill some bad guys, they could just kill the thing that, like lives in hell. It's pretty great. I love having them around because killing them is so much fun. And like that's a problem with the Elder Scrolls because the Daedra aren't actually evil. They mostly suck, but they don't because a lot of the characters worship them as gods and they embody excess. Go ahead.
There are some that are straight up evil, but a lot of them are just like chaotic forces of nature.
That's
like
what I was going to say.
And Meridius is the good one.
I'm not terribly versed in Elder Scrolls lore either, but like on a base level, just as like a passerby looking in, like I play the games, but I don't read those in-game tomes like front to back. Like I love Shay Gorth because he's a silly old man.
You should.
He likes yelling at the sky.
I've heard is a very good read.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is like even a cursory glance, they've always struck me as like kind of concepts or forces of nature as opposed to malevolent beings. Now, you do have the one that's like, yeah, go out and give people every STD imaginable. I think that's funny. Yeah, that's kind of a shitty thing to do. But that's, and also it's the concept of disease being spread. Like, you don't have to like it, it still exists. You have the one that encourages cannibalism. Yeah, cannibalism's not great. I don't endorse it. But people do it, and there are people that live in excess to that degree. That is a real thing that cannot be denied.
That's what's interesting about it.
Go ahead,
is I think the way that like it's like, do they exist within the setting permanently, or do they have intent that actually affects like you directly? Because either way, you can use them very well. But I think most of the time, all you have to do is kind of have them be like I always say, like representations or like a symbol of a certain thing that kind of is a constant, whether you like it or not.
And I think that going to Elder Scrolls specifically, I really like the fact that Merus Dagon is completely an irredeemable villain if you play the games, because he's just the Lord of Destruction. But then if you read the lore and get into the backstory, he's not actually Destruction. He's Revolution is his actual title. It's just Revolution necessarily has destruction. Yeah, change.
I think
what happens is
Revolution change.
Yes, exactly. Lamb's got
and
it.
then Molag Bal, who's like the Lord of Domination. He's another straight up evil one.
He's just evil, but because his title in the first game wasn't the Lord of Domination; it was the Lord of Grapes without the letter G. That was the original title.
I remember that, and I was like, wow.
Oh yeah,
they weren't afraid back then.
No, they weren't.
He's called the King of Grape. Is one of his titles.
But no, so Merus Dagon, who looks the most demonic, he's the villain of this fourth Elder Scrolls game, but he's not actually evil. He's just destroying and restarting society so something new, better can come about. It's one of those things where it sucks when it's your society being destroyed, but he also says in the past he freed all of society from from being enslaved by the crabmen who exist in the oceans, because they were destroying everything, and he came about as a hero in white and golden armor to save them from these guys. Because he's just all about revolution, which is fascinating. It doesn't matter what the system is, he just wants to overthrow it because he's a concept. So he's only evil when you are a part of the system. And it's one of those things where, like, that is a much more interesting and nuanced take, and I can't call him specifically evil because of that. Granted, he kills a lot of people, and I think that at some point you could say maybe the revolution should stop now, but then if you've ever seen communists, well, the revolution never stops, now does it?
No, it has to. It insists upon itself.
Once you win the revolution and become the system, the revolution has to continue.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like that quote of you remember the Joker where he's like, I'm like a dog chasing cars. He's like, if I accomplish my goal, it's like I wouldn't even know what I would do after that.
And fun fact, I actually have a similar character like that in my setting. He's a minor deity of the Gator people. His name is Liberantor. He's the Flames of Revolution is his title. And he's all about revolutions. And because he's like one of those aspects is revolutions, he supports any revolutionary cause no matter what. And it will lead to several interesting outcomes where, like, theoretically, he would have supported the South in the Civil War, even though they were pro-slavery, but because they were revolting first, he would have supported them. He would have also supported every slave revolt against them, but, like, that's the idea he has, because he's always like, his philosophy as I'll just say a divine, is that all systems of power must necessarily be corrupt, and if they're corrupt enough that there's a revolution, that means that I necessarily should help the revolution. So it's one of those concepts where I think it's a really interesting thing to play with as a storyteller, and I don't get to use him very often because not many players lead, factional revolts in my settings because, well, they basically play in fantasy America for the most part, and that was established by player characters to not be a horrible place to live. Thank you, by the way.
You know what I like? You know what I like about that
part?
Specifically?
We have been considering it.
Admittedly, I did form the Pinkertons.
Oh, by the way, I do want to mention, since this is unique for Dez and for Nebula, if you remember that the Anakate, the guy they talk about, Maz Jomyo, you've probably seen him on a few cards. Same coin here is the guy who played Maz Jomyo. So if you ever wondered, like, why is this guy so important and why is there a whole state named after him? That's why.
It was my first day on Adderall. I wrote their entire religion, their culture, everything about them at 2 red lights on the way to Candor's house.
Jesus.
It's been barely
And I'll
changed
never
since
catch that dragon ever again.
and they've been
Gotcha.
barely changed since then. They've had a few copyright changes. That's it. Their entire system of beliefs is all still intact from him because it was so great the first time he did it. We just had to change a few things because it was made back in the Pathfinder days, and we couldn't reference Pathfinder.
Mhm.
The tragedy of copyright law.
Oh yeah,
How unfortunate.
fun times. Yeah, so the demonology, that was a great discussion. It's
But yeah, just a quick cap off what brought the whole discussion up in the first place. There's the Wario guy. He's the one who asked, right?
yes, sir.
Yeah, dude, this is the purpose of session zeros and just being an adult and being able to have a conversation with your DM. If you get into a group and you're not sure what the game's going to be about, ask. It's that simple. If the game has content you don't like, ask if they're willing to change it. And if not, all right, well, you just find another group. It's that easy. You're not obligated to stay. They're not obligated to, accommodate you either. But, at the end of the day, if everyone's being an adult, everyone can have a good time. You just have to be willing to have a conversation. It's as easy as that.
That's why I think session zero is. It never was codified beforehand, but I think in the age of the internet where you play with strangers, or like you go to markets and stuff to play with strangers, or like conventions, that's important to have. Because beforehand, D&D was always assumed to be like a mystical art, almost like Shaolin like knowledge passed down. That's the way Gary originally envisioned it. Was the only way you'd play D&D is if somebody who played D&D taught you. And that's how he wanted it to stay. In fact, if you read the original Game Master's Guide, it says, by opening this book, you've done one of two things. The first thing is you've accepted the compact to forever become a Game Master, meaning you can no longer be a player and enjoy the system from one side of the screen. And if you've opened this as a player, you've resigned your character to a horrible death and know that all future characters will die prematurely right before they hit the level of the skills you want. Which is just fantastic to read.
You can and will be disappointed. You're welcome, by the way.
Exactly. This is just a core part of the game. Suffer and die.
Mhm.
Oh, good time.
Have fun while doing it.
Yes, sir. That's the most important part of D&D is to have fun.
You're going to have so much fun together.
But also be aware of people who are a little unhinged in D&D.
Yeah, you I'm not going to pretend that you're not going to get psychos and weirdos in D&D. It happens.
We
absolutely will.
But that's when you deal with all humans.
we had one time, right?
Don't let a few idiots stop you from celebrating. I'm not sure if celebrating is the right word.
Having fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you're looking
encountering something wonderful, like
you don't hang on.
Don't let the bottom percentage be the reason why you quit. Sometimes it's gonna happen. Like, that's just how things are. Unfortunately, like not all things are gonna be sunshine, rainbows, lollipops, whatever. That's just how things are. But at the same time, don't stop yourself from enjoying something that you might enjoy based solely upon people you don't know and don't respect.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's
I'll say this. There are, I don't know if you use Facebook or Reddit. I assume you use at least one of them. There's a subreddit called r/Christianity. Well, I'm just saying for Future Wario.
Yeah.
The thing I would say is first is there's r/Christianity Gaming. If you go there, there's people who talk about like games as a Christian for D&D, and there's also a Facebook group with 8,000 members called Christian D&D Community, where they talk about finding local games for Christians who are concerned about using things like that. Like there's no swearing, no name calling, and all. You could go to that if you're so worried about it to see if those groups have possibilities for you. Like they try to make the polytheism from the settings and stuff is one of the key things that they work on. And there's also a Roll20 group called Christian D&D and Legend of the Five Rings, etc., which you can join. There's a community that says 800 members and 70 DMs. So just look up Christian D&D groups, and you'll find a bunch of stuff out there. If you're really worried about that.
Mm-hmm.
So, one thing I made a magic system where magic comes from the 4 moons and moon dust, the land of the planet, and moonstones make magic items and enchant. That sounds kind of cool. I guess I'm not sure what we could do with that. If you're like D&D, usually we want to talk mechanics before we get into the lore behind stuff, because mechanics are what you're playing because it's a game.
Well, I mean, there's benefits to starting in either direction. If you're trying to make a narrative, well, then yeah, you want your lore, but then you need to be ready to make a mechanic that makes sense that matches it.
Yeah. I'm just not
if
sure
you're trying to do a game first, well, then yeah, make the mechanic and right around
I
it.
like
You're
that
gonna have
enough
to kill your
because it
darlings
is
at some
like,
point.
it
You
sounds
don't always
simple.
make like magic on the first time. That's just how it is. It's tragic, and you hate that it happens, but that's how it is.
I'm not sure what his. It's in your art and your story. Okay.
I like that though because it shows almost that like magic is like a foreign thing that you need to gradually get accustomed to because it's coming from really another celestial thing. At the same time, it is though. I don't want to be mean, but I just wanted to make this joke. It reminded me of Pokemon evolutions. Remember Garbled with the Moonstone?
Yeah.
There you go.
What about them? What about them moonstones?
They're magic. How do they work?
Exactly, like magnets.
Like magnets.
Yeah, they're like magnets.
I think how they're intended to work is that they have some sort of essence in them, and then when a Pokemon is exposed to that essence in a concentrated dose, that's what causes them to evolve.
They're used a few times in the anime, and all they do is like hold it up to their face, and then they evolve. So by that logic, you could pelt them in the head with it, and it would still work.
Every time I do, it makes me laugh.
Mm.
I think at this point, we could move on topics, and let's talk about.
Yeah, what's up next?
Yeah.
You got.
So, anybody before I pick the next topic? Anybody in the panel have something they want to bring up and talk about?
Yeah, Des
Yes and no, but I want to see what you have first. Oh,
it pops. You want Des to talk about?
Des had a topic he was going to bring up.
Is it Rome?
Is it Rome? Sure, let's
Rome?
talk about it. Let's talk about let's go on Rome. I'm sure that's a great idea. The stream never is gonna end now.
I actually do think talk about Rome's a great idea because I think that most people are wrong when they put their fantasy settings in the medieval era. They should be putting it in the Roman era because that is the best time period for fantasy stuff.
Right, yeah.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I think that's
because
like
it was
how many fantasy settings really? A lot of fantasy settings, it like for like this type of for like what's it called for like D&D. Like a lot of the times, there's not too big of like wars and conflicts. Where like the medieval era, there was a lot. There's a lot of
that, but a lot of D&D settings are actually the Renaissance, but nobody wants to admit it because the Renaissance is for like sweaty art nerds. But they all want to have basically pistols in their D&D settings as well.
Yes, that too. Well, not only that, but also just the fact that like it's really good for like the Roman era because like with that you do get a major benefit is that you have like you still have like the local elite stuff, but you also have peace and like a lot of I'd say D&D like there's not too many international conflicts, which Like unless you're on the borders of Rome, like you
I was
just
actually more referring to things like
Oh.
the idea of polytheism being widespread and all these different varied gods that have competing ideas.
Oh yeah,
that worship
that is too.
multiples.
Yeah,
That's a
that
really
that helps
interesting
as well.
thing that helps in a lot of D&D settings. Also, the fact that Harby dragons across the border is much more like logical, and the Romans were sending up people to actually scout and explore, and like found new colonies and stuff. Whereas a lot of the medieval era was much
That
more
was,
about insular stuff.
That was my idea of it as well. It was that like there was kind of more like just the spirit of it. It was also like the spirit of conquering, adventuring, the glory of what I'm coming from versus like being a peasant living in the bottoms and kind of never advancing and never really achieving anything beyond the status that you were at. That's the weird thing about medieval settings is that I feel like there's always a constant of like, the poor farmer, the hopeless, this and that. It really doesn't capture the same vibe of like, we're going to cross the Rubicon and see what's next. It's
Exactly. You don't hear about peasants achieving greatness as often as
Well,
you
this
would
is
hear about random
all.
Roman legionnaires.
This is all the beauty of homebrewing your own settings in the
Mhm.
first place, because you can take the coolest parts of your favorite parts of the world at any point in time and mash them all together. Look at Star Wars. It's a space empire. Like, yes, they got lasers. Yes, they got laser swords. Yeah, they got spaceships. You still have the peasants working the fiefdoms. You still have the farmers doing the farmer stuff. You still have the nobility. Yeah, it's in a future setting, but it still has very retro past aesthetics and mechanics to it. Like, I'm not a history buff by any means, but I love finding out those crazy, weird history facts because it helps me come up with weird, funny ideas for games like this. For example, James Buchanan, Abraham Lincoln, Ulysses S. Grant. These were all presidents of the United States. They were all in the United States at the time, but during the late 1800s, like mid to late 1800s, when they were alive and in the presidency, samurai were still running around Japan cutting people down with their katana in the name of honor.
That's my
I
favorite.
do love that there's a point in time where I think you could have like the mythical fantasy adventure of like a cowboy.
Yes, I know exactly what you're referencing.
A cowboy,
Similar-
a Midwest cowboy, a
Samurai.
authentic, authentic samurai, a Victorian era gentleman,
Yes.
possibly a gentleman thief, and finally a pirate.
Yep. All those existed at the same time.
Yeah.
All with the fax machine.
Yeah, and
Yep,
these
and
are
the
just things
fax
no one
machine.
ever thinks about, and it's prime material for these
Yeah,
sorts of settings and games.
don't forget, the fax machine was also around.
Are you serious? The fax.
That's your stepping stone. Have fun.
Abraham Lincoln could have got a fax from a ninja.
Samurai.
Yeah, he
From a
could have
samurai.
him about the assassin.
samurai for backup against the Confederacy.
My personal favorite example is that woolly mammoths were apparently still alive at the time the pyramids were being built. That's my favorite, like historical, congruence, whatever you
My
call it.
favorite related to that is that Cleopatra was alive closer to the opening of the first Pizza Hut than she was
right.
to the creation of the pyramids.
Closer to us
Damn.
than she is to the pyramids.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a fun one.
She's gonna be like that for another, I think it's 600 years. So keep that in your pocket for your great grandchildren. Here's another fact that's an actual battle that happened. There was a battle that occurred in the Philippines that had Japanese pirates fighting against Spaniards with muskets that also deployed Aztec warriors. So there was a time when Aztecs and Spanish pirates fought in the Philippines led by the Spaniards. Like, that's just awesome. So you have conquistadors leading these, like, Aztec dudes wearing, all their ceremonial armor fighting Japanese pirates.
And I remember this, this one I remember learning in high school. Like, this one occurred during World War II, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was the Italians. They were doing something in Africa, and they deployed tanks, and there were horseback riding just African tribes with sticks, spears, and
they weren't even
primitive
riding
weaponry.
horses.
They weren't even riding horses. Okay, even better. They beat the Italians with their tanks. I'm sitting there picturing them just ramming spears up the the exhaust pipes, and they friggin' explode.
Well, you
like
know
a
what it
big
was?
Michael
Wasn't there
Bay
something
production.
you can do where
You know what else
if
it
you
was,
throw a
though?
grenade the right way in a tank, it'll explode?
There
Maybe.
was-
Point I'm
but-
trying to make is this kind of crazy, weird, awesome stuff happened in real life. There ain't no reason
And,
it can't happen in your fantasy world.
I've got one.
Exactly.
I've got one from the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of how tanks were viewed. I don't know if it was Russia or Germany, but I think it was World War One. Whenever tanks were first introduced, they rolled them out and they sent them to the front from whatever. Was it America or
It
yeah?
was
So
French.
it was
The
hilarious.
French who did it.
Do you
did it.
remember, Des, the tank was
Well, I
looked
think it's
at
British,
from like a
actually.
few battles as like such a terrible enemy and like so dangerous that they had broken down tanks in the middle of the field in like somewhere in Eastern Europe, and people would just surrender to them as soon as they saw them, even though the tank didn't even work.
France
I
had
have
that,
not
I
heard
believe.
that. That's fascinating.
There's all kinds of crazy shit that
I
happened
think, and
in
if,
earlier
I think
wars.
if I recall from what Pops is saying, that was the Germans had captured French tanks that they didn't have the ability to fix, and they
that's
sent them
interesting.
against the Russians. And the Russians were so scared of these fucking things
There
that
you
they
go,
just
yeah.
surrendered en masse. Because it was
Yeah.
funny because they were French tanks. Because they thought one of the reasons they surrendered was they knew that the French had developed something like this, and they said, "Oh no, the Germans have beaten the French and taken their horrible weapons, and they're going to beat us." So, but because they were French tanks, the Germans couldn't repair them, so they just drove them until they exploded, and then they were like, "All right, it's dead. What do we do now, boys? I don't know. The turret still works. Just hang out there." And they'd come up and like, "Oh, we surrender," because it's like these French tanks that look scary.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
And to
one of my-
circle back around, all of these are examples of why you shouldn't
Oh, it sucks.
Oh.
You cut out right there.
feel
It's insane.
compelled to be confined to any one setting.
Yeah, Corey,
I
you
mean,
cut out.
it was one of the-
these examples are, and you cut out. So
Oh, sorry. I said all of these are great examples of why, like you said, no one should feel compelled to be confined to a medieval setting when it comes to their tabletop or their fantasy settings, whatever. There are a lot of interesting things you can pull from others that it will be very easy to fit into your more primitive setting, and it will still be awesome. You just have to, do your research. Don't be afraid to take
fun
inspiration
little-
from other people and from things that actually happened.
A fun little tidbit of World War II information I love. It's something just so stupid, but I just love it. Is how Hitler inadvertently helped create Fanta.
he did create it.
No. He didn't help. He didn't directly help it, but he did create the trade embargo that stopped the cutoff. That cut off all of Coca-Cola's natural ingredient supply to the German division of Coca-Cola, where Max Keith spearheaded the development of using different ingredients, and he came up with Fanta.
And because they couldn't use the Coca-Cola trademark, that's why he named it Fanta. Because it was fantasy, because that's what the German word for it was.
Yeah.
I always knew Fanta was evil.
That's why Fanta used to have all these commercials. It's so funny. Go watch Fanta commercials for like the 90s and the 2000s. It's all a whole bunch of like black girls going, Fanta, Fanta, do you want the Fanta on jet skis? It's very funny because you watch it like, this
Don't
was
you
invented
want
by
to
the
want to
Nazis.
Fanta?
Exactly. It's like, you guys
Oh,
made this
dude.
for Nazis.
Oh, dude, one of my old favorite commercials was a Heinz 57 commercial where it was a dude and his like high school girlfriend getting into his room, and he's like, "Hey, you want to like give me like a handy?" And she's like, "I don't know how to do it." He goes, "Well, pretend it's a ketchup bottle." He takes out his dick. She grabs it and just starts smacking the top of it.
Wait. Are you talking? They used to. Who needs a commercial for ketchup?
Well, that's.
I'm gonna
A lot
buy
of people
ketchup
do.
anyway.
No, so there's one of my favorite commercials because they filmed it wrong. There's a Folgers commercial about a brother coming home.
Oh no!
Oh, we love the Folgers commercial.
They filmed it a bit too intimately. And it totally looks like he's coming home to bang it. There's a great skit that was
like
done.
his 10-year-old sister.
Yeah, it was a great skit that was done a few years later by, I think it was College Humor, where they got the
I think it
actors
was
and
College
actresses to
Humor.
come back,
I think so,
and they
yeah.
filmed the skit, and then after, instead of drinking the coffee, It cuts to the inside. They have their parents come down like, "What are you two doing?" It's like,
Why are you here? You're not supposed to be here. We have a war. We have a fucking restraining order.
Exactly. We have a restraining order. And it was so funny. Good times.
Fucking speaking of good times, I got reminded today of the time capsule that Nickelodeon has. It's not gonna be. It's not opening yet. It's opening April of 2042.
When's it from?
1992.
That was before I was born, but I know what you're talking about, and I was there back when they still had the studios you could visit. I remember going to see that time capsule where it was in the ground,
here in
metal plate
it's
over
in
it.
it is in Florida.
Yeah, I went there as a kid a lot.
Yeah. Looking at like an old like late 90s to early 2000s picture of Nickelodeon Studios to what it is now is saddening.
Yeah.
Far away though. Wolf has another great fact about World War II. At the end of the Franco-Prussian War, there was the Franco-Prussian War, Des? The Germans made the French sign a treaty in a train car, and then after World War I, Hitler made them sign their surrender, the same treaty in that. After World War I, they signed the treaty in that car. So it's the Franco-Prussian War. They signed the treaty in that cart, and then World War I they used the same cart, and then World War II Hitler did it. Was it?
I thought it was World War I that they surrendered.
Yeah, I think World War I they surrendered in the car, and then World War II they surrendered. I didn't think the Franco-Prussian War they did.
If it was Prussia, yeah.
Because for the Franco-Prussian War, the big thing that they did was they had the Kaiser crowned in the Versailles. So I don't know.
And then what Wolf brings up here is how Hitler specifically destroyed that train cart that he made the French surrender in because he didn't want to surrender it again.
Yes, I do remember that as well. Yeah.
There's a lot of fun World War and World War II facts.
I don't know why, but that just reminded me to keep jerking off the fact that you don't need to be in a medieval setting. Don't forget, the Greeks had napalm that we still don't know how to recreate.
Byzantine.
Wild. Eastern Romans. Yep, they used that. That literally saved their city.
They got that Greek fire. We don't know how they did it, but it was crazy.
Yeah, they used it to make.
Could have been unironic sorcery.
Yeah, they used it in makeshift flamethrowers. Please note, you do not want to combine the words makeshift and flamethrower.
Yeah, never. Absolutely not.
AKA, it did not work super reliably.
And
it often caught their own boats on fire.
If they did it wrong. And the other thing that's really interesting about it, specifically the way that it has to be a napalm-related substance. We know this because if you dumped water on it, it would react and make more fire, which is wild to consider.
Yeah, there was also like one of the ancient concretes, I think Roman, something like that.
Yeah, the Roman concrete, because they built it with limestone that was created near Mount Vesuvius, that it had a high volcanic content. It was actually self-repairing. So when it rained, it would absorb the minerals in, and it would keep healing.
We did not know why it lasted so long until
like
recently.
3 years ago.
Yeah, that volcanic material is like, it's what is it? I don't want to say like a sponge, but it's like
it's porous, and because it's got the holes in it, it would absorb and hold the minerals from when rain rains, and it takes a little bit of the stuff from the sky, so it would just naturally keep repairing itself, which is amazingly fascinating. Because we would wonder why the Romans were so insistent on importing limestone from Vesuvius. We're like, that's weird. What are you?
And also specifically how their structures lasted so long.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I love about learning about like cultures that existed anywhere between 2,000 and 5,000 years ago, acting like we're so advanced because we have like the phone and the internet. And it's like no, people were able to use the same level of kind of intuition and brain power. They just put it to different things. It was very fascinating.
A lot more secret treaties back then. A lot of stuff was more secretly written down and like lost because of that. We have free information.
They also didn't believe in the concept of planned obsolescence.
Yeah,
that's the worst thing, though, man. I can't imagine how many great like symphonies or like historical documents are out there that just don't exist anymore just because they're old. They just got lost.
Here's a fun fact that breaks most people's mind. we have less first-hand proof of Caesar than we do of
Jesus.
Jesus. There's more
Yeah.
proof that Jesus is real than Caesar is, which is
Damn.
fascinating.
That's
Yeah. Because whenever people talk about Jesus, they always you can't use secondary sources. You have to use primary sources of the day. There are 3 primary sources at the day that name Jesus specifically. There's no primary sources that have survived, of course, that name Caesar at all, which is fascinating because it's
That's
all
right.
people
That's why-
talking about. Oh, well, back when Caesar was around, or like the books written about Caesar, were people talking about the books written about Caesar because they want to say, "Oh, this guy's an idiot. He clearly wrote this." Which is
Just
wow.
off the top of my head, Marcus Tullius Cicero was a contemporary, and he has a lot of writings that I think would probably mention Caesar.
First hand?
His writings, though, were mostly the reason we have so many of them weren't his collections. They are people who recreated them to debunk them or to talk about them. That's how we get so many
we have a
Cicero's
lot of
writings.
letters that he sent to his best friend, though.
Yeah, but
There's
those
a lot
are
of
written
reading.
Caesar.
I'm pretty sure they do. I'm pretty sure.
I'm
that,
pretty sure they don't because this is how the fact works. Is because we have 3 that mention Jesus, and we don't have any that mention Caesar of the time we're first-hand account. Because that's the thing. That's one of the things where people try to tell you that because we don't have proof of somebody like directly at the time, it's impossible that they could have existed. Because they try to do this with other historical figures.
no, I
that's
know.
why.
You just don't know if the supplies. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think
And
it's more
why
honest. Because obviously
Hercules-
Caesar exists.
Hercules was real. Odin was real.
I believe Gilgamesh was real too. But I don't, because Gilgamesh definitely was probably one of the first kings of Uruk. Which, by the way, this is going to blow chat's mind. You probably know Ur and Uruk from way back in the day in Mesopotamia. That's where the modern country of Iraq gets their name. They should be correctly pronounced as Uruk because that's what they wanted to go back to being called. Because they're trying to pretend to be that nation.
I know they're trying to pretend to be that nation. I know that that's actually what they're trying to be called, though.
Yeah, they want to be. It's an Arabic pronunciation of Iraq.
Do you know how Iran got its name?
I do
or
not.
Iran? You don't know?
I am not aware. No.
It was a certain historical figure around the era of World War II convinced them of their heritage because they were Persia.
Yeah, I know, because that's one of the things I always was. I definitely have been. I tried looking up
the main
too,
character
'cause,
of World War II. Let's just say that.
Yeah, no, I figured
The
it out.
main character.
As soon as he said World War II era, I figured it out. But
Yeah, and just pronounce Iran with a bit more of an emphasis on certain syllables.
Iran.
Because I did always wonder because you look at because they were known as Persia for ever, and I'm like, why did they change that?
It's so funny because there's actually an injunction they filed against Winston Churchill in the League of Nations because he refused to call them Iran. He continuously called them Persia when he was doing ambassadorship to them, and it was so funny because he's like, "I will call you Iran when you stop being Persia, you damn Persians."
Winston Churchill's like the world's first boomer, and I'm all about it.
He is so funny. I think my favorite Winston Churchill thing is there's some MP's wife who he called a disgusting pig. He's like, "Oh, if I was your wife, I would poison you." And he's like, "If you were my wife, I'd ask you to."
Yeah, yeah. Winston Churchill was based.
He was so funny.
Was it? I think it was him. It was another situation with some diplomat's wife or something, and she was commenting about his drinking or something, and God, I'm paraphrasing here really bad. But she said tomorrow, you're not gonna, tomorrow my looks will still be here, but something bad will happen because you're drinking. And he's like, well, today I'm drinking, and you're ugly today. And tomorrow I'll still be drunk and you'll still be ugly. Something along those lines.
Oh yeah,
I love those one-liners. The one I can think of is a woman saying, "Well, we should." What is it?
Hang on. Well, you think of it. I got another one too. So
hold on. No, I got it. The argument is that we need to ban guns because they have the potential to cause trouble. At which point the male panelist that she is interviewing is like, well, yeah. But we don't ban it because
You have the ability to be a whore. You have all the tools for it, but that doesn't mean that we should put any restrictions on you. No, do it. And then that's when the interview ended.
I remember I saw that. Yeah, this shit just cut out.
Yeah, it was
Oh
great.
yeah, here it is.
That
I
was,
found it. I found it.
He
He
says, "Well,
goes,
you're
Mr.
fully."
Churchill, you're drunk. And he goes, yes, I am. And tomorrow I'll be sober and you'll still be ugly.
There you go.
Yeah. So, Pops, what's the
There
Churchill
we
quote you
go.
wanted to bring up?
I don't think it's a Churchill quote. It was just a joke I read somewhere, but you reminded me of it. It was basically like, "Why are you spending so much money on alcohol? Like, you know, I'm broke now, and I'm trying to afford
Oh yeah,
makeup,
the lady.
so
She's like, you know,
I can look pretty."
beer costs
What are you-
$200,000 on
Well, hey,
beer
Garble,
over the
let me
past
build it
10
up, Garble. Let me build it up. You have it's $3 for a beer. And you have 3 beers a day, so it's $9. Let's round it to 10, and then you have that every day, so there's 30. And if you do the math, so you spend $30,000 a year. You could be about the price of a car of a boat. He's like, yeah, I suppose. He's like, well, where's your boat? He looks at her. Do you drink? No. Well, where's your boat? And her face is so angry.
Exactly. I think I'm gonna get going though, boys. It's getting kind of late where I am, and I have some other stuff I want to
You
hopefully
have
do
an
tonight.
excellent night,
So
Garbled. Catch you later, buddy.
I have to cook pasta. I just
Go for
Plug
I
your
it.
thought I
channel.
was gonna be able to do creative project stuff. Now I have to go cook pasta.
Blast my Italian heritage.
Yeah,
It'll be
Wolf got
alright.
your quote here for you. Same coin. He found it for you too. Thank you, Wolf.
All right,
Yup.
you boys have a good one, and thank you
Bye,
for
Garble.
having me on. Hopefully,
course,
we'll do this sooner as opposed to later, but we shall see.
Yep.
Have a good one, everyone.
Catch you later, buddy.
Good night.
Good night.
Yeah. I also have to head out. It's getting late, and I have to read a bit before bed.
Go for it, Lum. It was great to have you on the call as well, my friend.
Nerd.
All right,
Yep.
you as
See
well.
ya, bud.
I'll definitely join whenever you do this again. I've only been on 2 so far, so.
It's all right. You've been
First one
great
for
to
me,
have.
buddy.
Yeah.
All right.
It's all right. Yeah, we're going now.
Fare
Peace,
thee
buddy.
well. Fare thee well, gentlemen. Good night.
Yes, sir. Peace.
Good night to you too, sir.
All right.
And then there were 6.
Yeah. Let's see how can I size this with the call. Let's see. There
Oh,
we
here's
go.
here's a nice little topic for you, John. Granted, we touched on a little bit with the
I
whole
know, second time. He can't stop
You
himself.
can't stop doxing me.
Yeah, very funny.
Continue, Pip.
sorry, kid.
Continue. Go ahead, Pip. I don't dox you.
Much.
I could
Marcus Lamont, who lives at 128 South Compton
Yeah,
Street. Zip
Hey, you
code
dox somebody,
4421.
but not me, buddy.
Well, that's his problem.
And
Come at me, Marcus.
He should have been born.
boxing into the dark.
A little topic that we could touch on, or that we already touched on a little bit, but something that we can maybe go more in depth with, just because I feel like it might be like a little bit fun, is talking about like how close historical figures actually were to each other. Like, say, Gandhi and Lincoln, or like one of the emperors of the samurai era to Lincoln.
If you want to talk about that, if you got some more you want to bring up, go for it.
I don't.
Yeah, he was just bringing it up. He wants you to do
I was just bringing up a topic.
Get on it. Get on it,
Well,
Ape. What are you
I'm not a
waiting for?
I'm not a history buff.
If I can find this, it'll be a few different things. I don't exactly have. Yeah, I found the picture, but this is a bunch of facts about certain presidents that parallel each other. It's almost very. It's
like JFK and Lincoln.
Not quite. Yeah, no. So anyway, I forget the date, but it was, what was it, when Abe Lincoln, the same date that Abe Lincoln was in Monroe, Maryland, was the same date, like 100 years later, that JFK was in Maryland, Monroe.
Another fun fact is in 1913, there's a 2-block area of Vienna that Hitler, Stalin, Freud, Tito, and Trotsky all lived in. And it's very likely that they all went to the same coffee shop together and didn't know each other back then, which is fascinating.
That's funny.
Yeah. Also, another fun one is Al Capone and Donald Trump shared a few years together, where they were like before Al Capone died, when Trump was born. as well as Ernest Hemingway and RuPaul.
Really?
Really? RuPaul was that old?
Really?
Ernest
How old is
That
RuPaul?
was 1961.
Yeah, RuPaul was born in 61.
Really?
No.
Shit, dude.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I knew it was.
Picasso also lived long enough to both be contemporaries with Charles Darwin and Eminem.
Wait, Marshall Mathers?
Yeah,
Hang on.
yeah. Picasso was like a way more modern than people give him credit for.
Yeah,
No,
that's true.
no.
Feels
Albert
like-
Einstein's way more modern than I fucking think he is.
Well, that makes sense because he was in World War II. Pocahontas and Shakespeare arrived at the same time. That's another fun one.
Really?
Yeah.
That one's fun with me. That one's actually interesting for me. That like Shakespeare was putting out all this stuff at the same time that like the Spanish were fighting people who still use bows and arrows.
My favorite historical era is the 1600s. I think that is to me, if I had to pick
That's a
up a
big
time period to study and talk about, it's that. The 16th century, well, I should say the 1500s, the 16th century, the coolest time period. Because that is just when the New World is just being cracked open. So you're just getting all these first exposures to the cultures. Japan is just starting to undergo the first stages of the Sengoku Jidai. So you're getting, I think at this point it's the Boshin War. So you're getting all the cool samurai fights back then. Guns are now useful enough that you're getting the first instances of like gunpowder tactics really taking off with pike and shot and the like. And you get the fact that the Swiss are the most dominant military on the continent, but they are only mercenaries because they are just so tough. Poland is in its ascendancy and has taken over. Sweden is also on the rise, which are nations and powers you never hear take over. The fact that the Ottomans are still weak enough that they could be killed if enough people tried, but also strong enough that they're slowly taking over at the time and actually gaining power. Oh, yeah.
Not during the 1500s. Not during the 1500s.
They definitely could have been beaten still. They could have, if enough powers had teamed up, the Ottomans could have been beaten.
I mean, could have been beaten. I mean, I don't know. Like they're on the siege of Vienna in the 1500s, early in the 1500s.
Oh,
they're not.
1700s was the siege of Vienna.
There's two, and one of them is in 1521 or 27. Like they get like the 1400s is where they really.
1683 is the siege of Vienna everybody talks about.
1683 is when they're beaten back finally. The first time it's only a delaying tactic. Like they beat them back, but they don't like in
Yes,
16.
That's 200 years after what I'm talking about.
No, the 1500 one. They are on Vienna, and that's the one. That was the one that doesn't get talked about as much because it's not a sexy victory for the Catholics like the 1680.
1529. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, I am talking about 1529. Yes, because that is where by that time Hungary's gone. Like Hungary gets knocked out of the game really quickly. Because the thing that happens is like 1400s they crush it. Like especially since like the last concentrated effort against them was
the problem here. You are correct and wrong. It's technically so the thing that you're talking about actually occurred before the siege, which is the Battle of Mohacs, which is where they killed the king of Hungary at that battle. It led to the Archduke of secessionism and all that situation. So you are correct that is important that this led to it. That's why I didn't know what you were talking about when you said this, because the siege isn't as important as the battle before the siege, because they still lost the siege and they still were pushed back ultimately. But it's the fact that the battle before the siege happened and they had a whole shakeup of who the Holy Roman Emperor was and all that at the time. Hungary was destroyed because they lost their king and all that. That's what you're talking about, which is technically the battle before the siege. And this
well, yeah, sure. I wasn't sure when they took over Hungary. I knew it was before, like at very least by like.
They took just a portion of southeast Hungary. They didn't take all of it yet.
They took a lot of it. They took most of it.
They took a small chunk now, and then they kept slowly taking more and more. And no.
Because like again, like I said, this is the peak of women
power. Yeah, this is Sullivan the Magnificent under them, who's probably, I think, the best Sultan.
If not the best, the most powerful. Like
he's up there in terms of best sultans they had. He's in the top 5 for sure.
Yeah, because after Suleiman, like, it's all downhill. Like, they still hold on to a lot of power, but like, it is absolutely
The
downhill.
onion
from
hat. Their power levels severely diminished. I do want to
Yeah.
answer a few questions from chat. What would you all do if you were teleported back to the 1920s?
That's easy.
That's a
I would demand the lobotomy that I was expected to receive
exactly.
due to my mental illness.
Honestly, I would just be an absolute fucking menace to society. I know where like a lot of the like golds and like great discoveries are. I would go out and just like ruin the history books because I know enough about history to know like, oh, well, in 20 years I'm gonna know this and this. So I would introduce these concepts. I definitely wouldn't do something so lame as go kill Hitler because he isn't worth killing because you don't need to kill him. What you need to do is you need to get other people involved to like just stop him the first time he acted the fool. Don't let him
That's
get to
right.
Sudetenland and he doesn't exist. And you can take him out and beat Stalin quickly.
Oh, even better. You go in.
Usurp the role of Hitler himself.
You don't stop Hitler. You go in and you vehemently say, do not resume submarine. The Americans will, and you
Let him to
will
art
be
school.
pounded in the butt
Let
by
this
the
guy,
Americans.
let him into art school. It's fine. Trust me. Let him into art school.
let him in arts.
And then I would go hang out with
I'm a
Mussolini.
wizard from the future. Trust me.
I would go hang out with Mussolini and tell him to stop being cringe about all this stuff and fix his ideology to not be cringe and actually make a real Roman Empire again. It'd be great. I
In
also
all
would
seriousness, if I was teleported back, like if I didn't have any, like again, I'm not a big history guy. Like these dudes are, so I would not be able to make very good use of it. I got ADHD. I would get sent back there, and I'd be like looking for something to deal with my tics and stuff. And when I wouldn't find it, I'd just be like, "All right, how do I get back? This sucks. Send me back."
I would
go
rob.
home.
I would
what you
also
would do.
rob H.P. Lovecraft.
You would invent a time machine.
I would invent a time machine just to go back home.
Yeah, I would wait 8 years and then claim all of Lovecraft's works for myself.
Tech.
Because at that point he's dead and he had written the Call of Cthulhu, so I will get credit for all of that. I'll buy it off.
Yeah, you were his ghostwriter the whole time.
Yeah, I
Or
would
he was
say
your
I was.
ghostwriter.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. All you'd have to do is I would now that you bring that up, it'd
Because
be a
he
real
was hated at the
garbage.
time.
Oh,
He
yeah.
sold
I
his
would,
works for like $5, like his lifetime work. So I just buy them from like, yeah, it's mine, buddy. Don't worry, I got you.
Oh,
I'm gonna put it in the moving pictures. I would because I have most of it memorized anyway. I would just let it read in, and people would treat it as a historical document.
Alternatively, I would do whatever it takes to survive until 1986 and find my way to Poland so I could slap the shit out of Sapkowski to stop being such a lame bastard and be more cool with The Witcher.
Exactly.
Can we bring anything back with us? If there's because if we can bring back, that's the big thing everyone always says. If I could bring like a machine gun to the Native Americans, like all this stuff.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
I would probably just what? If I was born if I got transported back to the 20s, it would probably be like one of those catch-22 or whatever it's called paradox situations. Because the house that I live at now was built in the 20s. What if it was just me that built this house?
There you go. I would go to the Ford Motor Company and help them renegotiate with the Eastern bankers that they owed all their money to for a portion of Ford as a reward. That because I know the Eastern.
That's another thing.
Yeah,
I got another one.
Yeah.
Because it's too late in the 20s, but you know what? Ultimately, if I got sent back to the 20s, I would still kill Woodrow Wilson.
Yeah, just for what he
based-
did. Actually, I would
I
no.
would
I
just
would kill
kill
his
the
wife, and I would make her confess that she ruled the country for the last 2 years through pen and paper. That way, we could get all the crap that he passed thrown out.
I'd go back, kill Woodrow Wilson, make the time machine, go back like 10 seconds and kill him again.
Exactly. I also would tell Teddy that. Oh crap! He already ruined the electoral.
Nothing.
when
You
he
just
ran again.
shake his hand and high five him. That's it.
Yeah, I
Mission
get a beer. I
accomplished.
get a beer with his now crippled and retarded son. That'd be fun. 'Cause I think his son's not dead yet. He's just bleeding out in the hospital.
Not Alfarius, you're absolutely correct. He is 1,000% salty about it, but like it's actually a really interesting thing. Like I've looked around like communities about The Witcher, and a lot of people from Poland are like, yeah, we love Witcher. Like it's practically our Disney, but like universally in our country, before,
Sucks.
during, and after the games, they hate the author. He's just like such a dick.
It's kind of like how George R. Martin is like,
It's
I want to
really
smack him when he
funny.
opens his mouth. You know, every time George R. Martin speaks, I'm like, shut up and go write books, you moron. I don't want to listen to you.
Yeah.
Every opinion you have is wrong.
That's
Watch
funny.
Golden Age Lost Era movies. That's not a bad take, not all fair, Future Wario. Don't trust Kanye with the time machine. No, I think you should only trust Kanye with the time machine. Be
Exactly.
funny.
Yeah.
And then he also asked another good questions. If you could travel back in time, what year, where, and what would you do? So,
Oh, that's easy.
Go ahead.
Well, you guys know my answer. I won't say it.
Yeah, it's okay. I would have a question about this. I'm assuming that this is I go back there, can do something, and come back. The way the question is phrased, it's not I go there and live there. Because it says to what year, where, and what would you do?
Well,
That implies you get alternate events.
both scenarios are valid questions. Answer both.
Yeah.
answer
So
both.
I
What
think
happens if you can come back, and what happens if you're stuck there?
if I'm stuck there, Pop,
If
you have an
I'm
answer,
stuck
go
there-
for it.
Yeah, you know what I'm doing? I'm going back to the probably between. So gold was first dug up in California in 1846, if I'm not mistaken. So that's
Sounds
when the
about
Great
right.
Migration and all the Oregon Trail and everything happened. The big gold rush when it was like, oh, like, you know, we can all get gold. And like at this point, the newspapers have been reporting it, which mostly was a scam. By then, it was like, I think the 1849 rush. But I would probably go back to around that time and do the same sort of thing that like Jim Bridger and like the kind of mountain men had, where it was just like you claim, like you just show up at a place and you're like, I own everything in this valley. And so we're going to build a city that's named after me and I'm in charge.
Yep.
Like, you know, people were just going out there being like, well, this isn't really the United States. Like,
Yep.
this is virgin land. Like, this is mine now. And so that's why the Mormons also tried to have their own country, because they almost could have, you know.
Mhm.
So I would probably try to found my own, you know, city state at the very least.
That would be fun. And then what is your answer for if you go there, affect something, and come back?
If I had to go back, affect something, and come back, yeah, definitely Woodrow Wilson with the Federal Reserve Act of 1913.
Yep, that's definitely a good one.
Twice if possible.
Exactly, twice as possible. All right, Nebula, you've been kind of quiet. What's your answer to this question?
Yeah, I don't know enough about history really. If it was,
You go off
I was gonna
vibes.
say there's only like
it
three
would
of us.
probably just be like whatever gets me set up for life. IRL.
Yeah, you can go off vibes. What do your vibe check say is the correct answer?
He would go back
So
to.
if it was go there, do something, come back,
Yeah,
it
I know
would
what
be
you-
like set up some account and invest
in-
in like Apple or Google or some shit.
I knew it. I was gonna say you would go
If
back
it was
to 2011,
go back
invest
and
in
stay
Bitcoin.
there, I wouldn't go back far. I would go back just far enough so that I could be like the first VTuber or some shit.
I go back to
way,
2008 so I can
that
play
way I
Persona
still
4 for the
get-
first time again.
That way, because it's go there, do, and I live there now. I don't lose any of the modern amenities that I've grown accustomed to, so I don't have to deal with that. and I get to still make a bunch of money and become famous.
Yeah, that's the only right answer to me. Pretty much everything you just said. I'm not smart enough to survive in like 100 years ago.
Exactly. Like if it was, oh, you go to 1920
Like,
and you
I'm
stay there, it's
smart
like
enough to
I
understand. I'm not smart enough, and I just need to go back in time with
Oh,
like
yeah,
everything in
true
my bank account
Bitcoin.
right now and invest it in something, and just go back to present and collect.
Yeah.
There you
True,
go.
and actually, because I would
without-
because I would go back far enough that Bitcoin would still be created in the future, I could still invest in Bitcoin if
Yeah,
I
you
do
can
the
get on the ground floor of that, get the mega
Yeah.
grift going, and then
Yeah.
cash out before it's too late.
yeah, and still be the first VTuber.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can be the one that shills the Bitcoin and make even more Bitcoin.
Mhm. I'd probably.
It would
for,
also
like,
be crazy if I was like also did like predictions for future events as a VTuber. Could you imagine a VTuber just predicting what happens the next year? Yeah, it's just like, oh yeah, all right, 2019. Get a bunch of toilet paper ready. December's gonna hit like a truck.
exactly.
Oh yeah,
I
true
guess.
save Harambe. Need to do that.
There you go.
That's on the to-do list.
Stop the black woman from neglecting her child or ignoring her child to have him fall into a pit. Yeah, go back and do that.
Yeah.
For me, the 1920s, I'd go back to 1912 at the sailing of the Titanic, try to get on the ship, and then just steer it a little bit more to the left, and then just vanish.
I got some bad news for you, Robert. It didn't hit an iceberg.
Huh?
That was manufactured.
Yeah, it was what they
So
claimed afterwards. It's just
you heard
do you
of
remember what Pop said about the Federal Reserve?
Yeah,
I heard about
that.
Shark Tank, right? Yeah.
He knows.
Go
Fine. I'd go there.
And disarm the bombs.
Wait.
Yeah.
yeah, sure. I'd
This
try.
would literally be the 9/11. It'd be like, oh guys, we stopped the plane. Just falls out.
You know, that sort of scenario has been brought up to like before in like videos and stuff I've watched. It's like, yeah, what if I could go back in time and warn the FBI about 9/11? It's like, okay, you do.
We know.
Immediate. Well, no,
right.
well,
Yeah, we know.
Let's say for sake of argument, it definitely wasn't an inside job, and it did come as a surprise. They immediately kick down your door and they label you a terrorist because apparently you know about this terrorist attack.
Real quick. The Titanic thing. You saying that stuff about like it, about how it actually went down, it reminded me immediately of like that comic that someone made of like someone going back and preventing, like not preventing the plane crash and the building still blowing up.
Thank you for literally
the
saying
joke.
that.
It was like, yeah, it's literally just that, but again.
Got all of you muted. That's why.
Oh,
the joke is literally that somebody.
I don't have anyone muted. That's what
Well, then why?
Yeah, Nebs. Dude,
I made that exact
if I can
reference
find
5 seconds before, and you just started like,
I see, but I said it
Jesus,
louder,
that's a good question. That's a good question. All Alfarius.
What is this? What would each of you be? Oh,
okay. So see, I am a VTuber. I'm not an animal. So next level.
What if you were? What if you were?
Okay,
you have to be an animal. You have to be
All
an
right.
animal now.
So we're gonna answer this first, and we'll get back to the historical question. I will go first to give everybody a little chance to decide. If I could be a VTuber completely like without an animal aspect, first of all, it would be my King profile pic. I love this profile pic. I love this idea. Not the current one with the Legionnaire. I would actually go to my full King one. That's on the channel. That would be step one. If I had to pick an animal, I feel like the elephant seal category is wide open. They're dumpy and cute, and that would work. I'm a seahorse. Seahorse works decently well, but I would want to be like a seal because I think that category would work very well. I'm fat and lovable, and I just qualify immediately in there. Plus, seals are like easy.
Literally
easy
any
pluses.
seal except the elephant seal because they're very aggressive, violent dickheads.
Then I'll just do a regular seal or manatee.
Yeah.
I could do a manatee because I'm a Floridian. That might work.
Yeah.
Hey, dox yourself, buddy.
They all know
Manatees
I'm
are
from Florida.
actually Manatees, funny animal fact. They're more closely related to humans than you'd actually think.
Yeah.
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 Right. What about you, Des?
So for VTuber, I'd probably do like this. I'd probably do like a VTuber of like non-animal. Just do.
But if you had to be an animal, what kind?
Well, no,
That's the
we're doing
question.
He started with non-animal,
Yeah,
so
Pip,
I'm
it's two
starting
questions.
with
It's non-animal, then animal. He paid $50. He gets 2 answers.
Yeah. So starting as non-animal, I do like a Eastern Roman style emperor thing, and then for
Boy Emperor, I can get down with it. Continue.
I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. And for my and for what animal? I don't know. I like snakes, so I guess a snake. Sure. I don't know. I just
Wolf, I love that answer.
Say, read it out loud for us.
exactly.
Florida man, be thick alligator.
Yeah, it's the one the like flat alligator and all the like meme photo things or whatever. Yeah.
Cool. AI made Femboy Justinian. Perfect.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
no.
kill you. I'm going to kill
All
you.
right, so I'm already
I know
a
where you live.
non-animal
I'm going to kill
VTuber.
you. Dude, don't show me.
Hold on, I gotta see this. What is this?
Put it on screen for you, not all fair, because this is what you paid for.
This is disgusting.
Des is a fat Nero VTuber.
It's funny because Des is like in shape, so then playing a fat VTuber is even funnier.
That's fucking hilarious.
I have I've never really put thought into content, but if I had to be, I honestly have no like human VTuber idea, but if I had an animal one, definitely a platypus, because it's just like, this creature is like, what if God picked up an Etch-a-Sketch and just shook it around? That's how I feel all
Yeah,
the
it
time.
really is. Did you know that the males are venomous?
They are venomous,
Yes.
yeah. And their venom has no cure. You just have to let it cycle through you. It can take months, and it's just excruciating pain you can do nothing about.
Yep.
Fun little
You may be wondering why. Answer: it's in Australia.
Yeah, because Australia's the friggin' emerald dream of like the real world. That's the blueprint. God, that's where God put all the test code before bringing it to the real world.
Let's see. If I had to do an animal, I'm trying to think. I don't know.
Salamander.
Axolotl.
Axolotl's cute.
Ooh, the Tibetan sand fox.
Like,
Oh no,
probably a
don't.
fox. Probably a fox of some kind.
The Tibetan fox is so funny looking. That looks like the Balearic goat. They have like that face that's just like a human face.
Yeah, it has a really like disappointed human look about it.
Not all fair. She's Femboy Justinian for you. It took me way longer than it should have to get him on screen, but I did it for you, buddy. All right, so Pip, I believe that makes you next.
Yep.
And
For
given that
me,
you are currently a Twitch streamer, we expect you to, follow through on this and
you know how much fucking work that is?
No, absolutely not. And as a consumer, I demand you do it anyway.
Exactly.
Just for you, buddy. Yeah.
Hang on 1 second.
For
Future
me,
Wario, if you watched my Nolan's video, you would know all about the hyena female anatomy. Continue. Kamala Harris
Where
teaches
does
you.
he even mention? Yeah, I don't want to know. Actually.
I hate that.
You might already know.
I hate that I know about that, John. Fuck you, man. For me, I'd have to say for just VTuber in general, I try and make something close to what I look like here. If not, I'd base it off of my emblem on YouTube, which is it's a moon with a nose and an eyeball. For animal, I'd have
Moon Man.
I was gonna say you're just
Moon
Mac
Man.
from the moon.
Yeah, Mac from the moon. For animal, I'd have to say Dracolich, just because they're so neat to me.
A what?
A Dracolich.
I didn't know we were allowed to do fake animals.
Oh, fine. A real
hedgehog then.
Fine, a real animal. I'd probably go with either a Komodo dragon or let's see here, a sand cat.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to be a cat boy? Okay, I understand.
Oh no, because I can do it like that one VTuber does. He's just a turtle. He's literally just a small turtle.
Oh yeah, yeah. You mean Vito?
Oh yeah, that dude, the guy who makes the AI.
Yeah, I could just be a small sand cat in the corner. You don't be like, hey, where's your model? I just wiggle it.
Alfari says he would be some sort of mythological creature like a dragon or phoenix. If I did have to do a crazy weird animal, I would just do the squonk. It just looks like a big, sad, crying ball sack, and I think that'd be really fun to
the cryptid
talk to people. Yeah, the cryptid.
I guess does that leave Pops left?
Yeah. What's the question?
Be a VTuber, what would you look like, and what would your animal form look like?
I don't know if I'd ever do V2, but the boy kind of stole my Bytunder because my thought initially, if I had to pick an animal, was probably some sort of a big cat, but probably one of the ones that are like known to be a lot more what's the word? Like not cryptid, but cryptic, like a Black Panther or a puma. Like something that's like really good at hiding, like a shadow cat. Like the Black Panthers in America are a phenomenon that I'm interested in. Like, because most of them I think are just melanistic jaguars that come up from Mexico, if they exist at all. But I would pick probably something like that.
Real is weird.
Something, yeah, because they do exist to an extent, but like the species itself has never been confirmed. But I would say something like that kind of like I would like the option to hide in the shadows and just be left alone. And also at the same time that they're like an ambushed predator, it would be cool. The ambushed predator style, I guess, would be like that you randomly put out some content and it's like, it hits people and suddenly it's a big deal. It's like an ambush, but just the style of kind of how they do their thing, the way they deliver their attacks and everything would be kind of more akin to me. Because at first I thought of a bear, and I was like, well, that just means a large gay man, and people would make fun of me if I said that. So I thought probably Black Panther, Shadow Cat, Puma, something like that would be more my speed, because I preferred kind of if I want to have the option to like, just kind of run off and be hidden.
And I like how I like now Farius is like, guys, it's $50. It had to be a cringe question. My brother in Christ, you still had a free question from the $250 you already spent. You didn't need to pay us.
Yeah, I wasn't here for the $250, but if you gave these guys $250, like IMO, each one of them owe you a dick pic if you demand it. So
yeah, I will send him Dez's dick pics as many times as he wants.
I sent you those in confidence, you piece of... No,
he paid for them.
I sent you those in confidence, you piece of...
He's paying for them, though. All right. Wolf says he wants to be a pangolin. That's a great choice. Future Wario says cats and elephants. Those are both very good answers.
A quadricorn. Ian says bear rainbow.
Yep, he's talking about Pops. There we go.
Yep.
All
there
right. The subject, that reminds me, if we going back into fantasy, which is what this show is about, supposedly about, I mentioned this on another podcast that we've done, and I'm going to stand by this. Stop creating fantasy creatures. You're not smart enough or interesting enough to make a new fantasy creature. I promise you. Go out and get an extinct creature and start from there. But some of the stuff that's existed that's died off is insane. And you could go to there and look at that and start from there for your inspiration.
What's cool though? Even you ever seen those? It was a meme a few years ago that was like what the skeleton looks like versus what like historians will think it looked like.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's a good one. Like all you have to do is like just look at kind of parts of the internal anatomy and learn fun facts about animals. You can incorporate that into every creature you want. Like You look at an elephant skull or a hippopotamus skull, that looks like some sort of cryptid like monster. Like, take inspiration from real life, which I think we talked about in the designing creatures stream, right?
Yes, that's exactly the stream I was referring to.
Right.
But yeah,
And if you ever feel creatively bankrupt, just remember that the Pokemon Company created a Pokemon that was a garbage bag, and they still have yet to create a Pokemon that is just a platypus, an actual animal.
Well, not only that, like beyond that, the first when they first had Pokemon, what was one of their Pokemon? It's literally
Voltorb.
just a
Voltorb.
Well, yeah, there's Voltorb, which is just a Pokeball, and then there's Evolution, which is just an upside down Pokeball. But then even beyond that, it's like, okay, what's we have Muck, which is just some muck. Like,
Muck.
yeah.
Big,
And then it's Evolution.
stinky sludge pile.
Yeah, and then
Sludge.
there's Evolution, which is just bigger muck. Like it's
No, hang on. It was Grimer and then Muck, and then they made
you're right. It's Grimer then Muck. So Grimer is the smaller one, and then it turns into Muck. But it's just like, oh, you have small Muck and bigger Muck. It's like, okay.
But they I think they made a super evolution from Muck too, which is funny.
Yeah. Or like
think
what
they did.
Breakmaster said as well. It's like Seal. It's like, okay, what is the special Pokemon? It's a seal. And then I'm pretty sure it has an evolution. And it's like, it's a seal a second time. It's like
No, Dugong. Dugong is a Dugong is a real animal or like a real thing.
Yep.
Well, that's kind of my point. It's not exactly the original.
Well, I also think it's even funnier that Ekans is just a snake, and Snake is backwards.
Yeah,
Snake backwards.
Ekans is just a snake, and then I can't remember.
Arbok.
Yeah,
It's
Arbok is
which is
like-
Cobra, which is Cobra backwards with a K. Which is like,
And I want to quickly say some stuff for chat. So Future Warrior says if he made a bugbear, it'd be an actual bear with 6 limbs and eyes. Yeah, go watch my bugbear video because that's what My Little Pony did for their bugbear. And I hate to say it, but My Little Pony, they have the second best bugbear design I've ever seen.
that's true.
Future Wario, you said knock knock. Who's there?
I don't like this. I don't
Don't.
like where this is going. Yeah, don't.
Not on fair, it's 250 requires something 5 times as cringe as VTubers. You can't think of anything on that level? Don't worry, you've got plenty of time to come up with something, brother.
Yeah.
And Wolf also wants to bring up Geode, which is the rock with arms.
Full disclosure, I absolutely adore the trash bag Pokemon. His name's Trubbish. He is my favorite, and he evolves into Garbodor, which is just a big ripped trash bag Pokemon. I love it. It's so, beyond stupid. It comes around to being awesome again.
Cheese string guy, I think he's my least favorite. The one who's supposed to be a pile of gold coins, but he looks like just a cheese string mascot. He's the 1,000 Pokemon.
Oh yeah, I don't even remember what that thing's called.
Dango.
Yeah, that's what his name is.
Future Wario, Seal who?
Seal, the guy who wrote "Kiss from a Rose."
Exactly.
The classic song. Yeah.
I used to have that saved as a soundbite on my phone, and I would just
You know
watch
what's
behind
funny?
people playing that. Yes, go ahead.
You know what's funny is this has nothing to do with anything, but the reason that I discovered that song is because somebody used it as the background video of a Michael Jordan defensive highlights video on YouTube. It's footage of Michael Jordan playing hardcore defense, stealing the ball, dunking it, blocking shots, and in the background it's just baby, I can pay you too.
Oh, great.
That's awesome.
It's so great.
Yeah, that was one of those early meme songs, so that's probably why that happened.
Yep.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's a meme from when I was a youngin. Where you play that song over people talking and doing shenanigans.
See you later, Wario.
Have a good one, buddy.
Yeah. I guess back on the original topic of when would you go back? If you could come back and if you couldn't.
Pretty much answered that, didn't they?
We went over there.
Yeah, but important.
Dang it!
Go ahead, Dennis. Go ahead.
So if I could go back and I could come back afterwards, I'm killing Zoe and Theodora. Those stupid sluts ruined everything.
That's pretty base.
That's a
That's
deep
actually
cut.
very base.
They ruined everything.
Make sure
We
you say
were
Theodore
so
the second, not the first.
well. No one cares about like. Yeah, I get what you mean, but like it's
No, there's a
Theodore.
lot of people. Des, you're one of the only people who's a Byzantine boo who does not, for some reason, hate Theodora. It's so weird. Even though she's like the best woman who's ever lived outside the Virgin Mary, they hate her.
Well, beyond well, it's because a lot of people think she's what's it called, Monophysite. That's why. That's why
She was like she still was the top like Justinian. She did all the great stuff for Justinian. She was number one.
Now, listen,
no, I totally agree.
as
But
far
like
as
beyond that, like I will say, like it's not really Theodora the Second because I'm sure there's a lot of consorts that were called Theodora. Like this would probably be Theodora the. So Theodora, along with her sister Zoe, was the daughter of Constantine VIII, and it's tragic because Basil II, the Bulgar Slayer, posthumously called, he was peak. The only thing he did wrong is that he didn't have an heir. He decided to be a celibate dude the whole time. I mean,
Yeah, it's celibate. He just loved to hang out with his soldiers alone in the shower.
Yeah, you're
know
thinking
what
about the first
reminded
one.
me?
You made the same mistake. You're like, oh, by the way, the first one, it's gay. It's like my brother in Christ. You were talking about the first one. Like the second one's just he just loved killing. He's like, man, I really just don't like the Persians, and he's like, I love killing them, and he did. He was really good at that. He freaking. There's a reason why he was later called the Bulgar Slayer, even if they didn't call him that in his time. But basically, he we were in ecstasy. The treasury was full. The land was, very stable. The borders were, doing pretty good. Still not Justinian at the end of his reign, but doing really good, better than ever before. They had just taken back Antioch relatively recently, which was, very awesome. And then what happens? He dies, and it goes to his brother, Constantine VIII. And this guy he had no idea what he was doing because his brother had done everything his whole life. So then he dies, and what happens? Constantine VIII can't even have sons of his own to have a stable succession. Instead, we get the two.
He force Romanos to give up his wife and marry. So
Yes, he did try to do that with Theodora, but then this is where it gets into like Theodora and Zoe, like Romanos gets on the throne, I think, but then he like immediately dies, and this is what happens. Like 5 different emperors just go through Theodora and Zoe, and they just keep on coming in, and then they die. Like,
Michael.
Yeah, they're like half of them are named Michael, which is how we get from like it's Michael and Constantine, which is how at the beginning of the 1000s, we're at like Michael the First, and we're getting to like Michael the Eighth by the end of it. It's like we just like what happened? It's because Theodora and Zoe can't close something up. They're keeping it wide open, and because of that, every emperor lasts about like 5 minutes.
I think that a better idea instead of killing them is to go to either Basil or Constantine and say, look, put her in that stupid box and send her to Otto the Third.
Well, that only gets rid of one of them. That's the problem. There's 2 of them.
And then the Empire is now under the control of the Germans. And you can start reunifying the East and the West.
That doesn't. Well, first of all, there wasn't as like the only split was the fact that there was 2 emperors. That's still not going to resolve the fact that in like 50 years there's going to be like the like true East and West split with the Great Schism. Like that's still happening regardless.
Severely lessened.
No, it
Yeah,
isn't. No, it isn't. Like, no, it isn't.
Why not?
Because the Pope, because at that time, because there's no way under 0 circumstances is the East ever going to accept the Pope, and the West already, like every emperor is being crowned by the Pope at this time. We're not at the 1500s where Charles V says This is a stupid gay ritual. I'm not getting crowned by the Pope. Like, this is like the Pope is still too important not to get crowned by. Not to mention because it is in the West, HRE is going to keep like all of the Western reforms, which the East is just not going to accept. That's just not
fairness. At any moment, you can ask any question and save us from this. Anytime.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
Beyond that, like because of how the Eastern Roman Empire is structured, like either Theodora and Zoe will just be killed and overthrown by a noble, or there we go. Top 5.
Name me top 5 Byzantine military units and top 5 Thermata.
Thematas.
Thermata.
Anyway, yeah. So, well, you think of those. I still have. It's not my take, but it's the greatest. If I could go back. You remember Des? You'll remember the. Do you remember the dude? He was like a French knight or something who heard about the Jesus's crucifixion. He's like, had I been there with my noble Franks,
that was what's his face? He's also named after a culture of stones in North America.
Pretty sure it's Clovis, isn't it? Not Clovis?
Yeah, Clovis. Yeah, the Clovis culture. Yeah, it's Clovis.
Yeah, it's
the
Clovis
culture. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about.
All these people you're going back in time to kill. You've made me want to change my answer.
Oh yeah, what's your answer going to be now, Coin?
I go back in time and I beat John Money to death with a bag of hammers.
Ooh,
that's a good choice. That's a very good choice.
If you don't know who John Money is, I will not elaborate. Go ahead and just look him up and look at everything he did.
That is a
you said you didn't know history.
I know this part of history because he's unfortunately from the school of study I went to school for.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, this guy.
The Frankfurt School of Study.
Yeah. Beat him to death with the hammers.
He is the worst. Yeah. By the way, so I'm going to answer one. I'll let you answer the units question, and I'll answer my favorite Byzantine, the favorite themata. It's got to be Thrace or Constantinople. You got to have that. You got to have the capital. And if not, maybe I'll take the Caponate of Italia back when they owned that much. That might be fun because I get to hang out with my cousins in Sicily. The themata they changed all throughout the years. If I had to stick one that was in like Anatolia. Maybe whatever the southern one is. It's what's the current on this one? It's Cibyrrhaeots. Gosh, I hate your stupid made up language. Cibyrrhaeots. It's the southernmost piece of the Anatolian Peninsula. That's on the western side. That's still out in the ocean. It's like between Cyprus and Greece.
Gibraltar?
Sure, that's how you pronounce it.
I don't know. I'd probably say Iberia. Iberia was really interesting.
That's not a Byzantine theme.
It was a theme. Iberia was a theme. Yeah, it was. Dude, especially during Basil the Bulgar Slayer, like a lot of the Armenian kings were just like, we're just going to give you my
Iberia. Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I should have. That's actually a good point. I sometimes forget just because I focus on Eastern Roman history that like there is another Iberia.
And Justinian took it over too, so it's like you can see the confusion.
Yeah.
It's just the theme system came out right after Justinian, so it's like no, it's after Justinian really the theme system. So that should answer your theme system. And now for your favorite Byzantine military units. You got to go with the Varangians as one of them. They got to be in that.
Oh yeah, it has to be that. Yeah, you're right.
I'm sorry, but like they're just the coolest.
Yeah. The fact that like, I think it was Basil, in fact, as well. Who's like, I think it's during Basil that the Russians or Proto-Russian, I forget what they were called in sources, but
Kievan Rus.
But yeah. The Kievan Rus, just like come down and he's like, by the way, Jesus is awesome. And they're like, you know what? I agree. Here's some guards.
And then the Bucellari have to be number 2 because what's his face? I just lost his name. Justinian's best friend who he blinds and throws out of the castle because Theodorus. Yeah, Belisarius leads them, and they just take over all of Italy with this heavy cav. And, they become the Cataphracts, which is just another great unit.
Ah.
And then if I get to come back to the original question, if I get to come back, I'd probably go to like 1800s, late 1800s Prussia / Germany.
He's going to go to Germany. He's going to try to find a local countess and give her multiple little deslings.
Exactly. I'll try to figure out how to not have everything fall to pieces in 50 years.
He's going to go back in time. He's going to kiss Otto von Bismarck on the lips and say, "You were right. It is the Balkans. Don't get involved."
Assist on the ball.
Yes. I'm here now, Mister. I'm here,
It's not worth it to help the Austrians. They will shoot themselves in the. They will blow their leg off.
They
It
will
is not
take you with them.
What's the?
They will take you with them. It's not worth it. I know you don't have any other allies. It's not worth it.
Better off asking the Swedes for help.
They're literally not like no ally is better than having them as allies. They are a net negative on everything.
Hopefully that answers your questions, not all fairness. I do not play Fortnite, sir. I'm sorry. Rooney probably plays Fortnite. If you want to go ask him on his stuff. I'm surprised Rooney didn't join for the live stream. I'm a little disappointed, not gonna lie.
I don't think Rooney knows about it, to be honest.
I posted it in his server.
I don't think Rooney looks at his server enough.
Not sure, yeah. He was aware. Well, what is it?
Yeah.
Is he trying to become a Hohenzollern? Yeah, he would.
Look, as much as I would like to, the more important thing is taking out Theodora and Zoe. And I'm not willing to go back to like the 1400s, 1500s when Hohenzollerns are like small enough for that to be a realistic possibility.
You know what you would probably, would be better? You don't even have to kill Theodora. You just have to like show her a better life than being a child prostitute, like when she's like 6. And then she probably never would have destroyed Eastern Rome.
I don't think she was a child prostitute. I'm pretty sure she was just a whore like in the theater.
No, I'm right. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Pops on this one.
Okay.
For me, I'd go back in time and kill Daniel Gajustik. Beat him with some hammers. I'll let you look him up.
Well, John Money versus Daniel Hamalama Ding Dong. One is a lot easier to Google than the other. You're gonna have to spell it for us.
There you go. I put it in council text for you guys.
His last name tells me I probably want to beat him with hammers.
Mm-hmm.
He was an American physician and medical researcher who was the co-recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize in medicine. Wow, he sounds like a good person.
And then I'll find it. Hang on.
That's great.
Talk about whatever.
Sometimes I love Wikipedia. So it starts out, he's a medical researcher, the co-recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize in Medicine in 1996 for the transmissibility of Kuru, which is the rare, I actually know this, it's the neurological disorder you get from eating brains in Papua New Guinea. Because all the people that were infected with this brain-eating fungus type thing that you only get if you eat brains, because they're cannibals over there, it's spreading like wildfire. Implying the existence of an infectious agent which contains an unconventional virus. In 1996, he was charged with, oh,
this is super interesting. I can't wait to.
He's a Calvinist.
Oh no.
So cool.
Multiple convictions. 56 of
We love to hear that word. We love to hear those words.
The 56 are what came into light. There's more. There's a video of him talking about it.
What's being discussed right now? Sorry.
My goodness, he did 56 of them back with him. He wrote multiple letters of his other escapades on different islands. Oh my!
Oh boy.
You have to flee the United States. He lived in Amsterdam and Norway. There's a chance this guy's Meisel's dad.
You know, the fact that he said the fact the fact that it says flees to Amsterdam and Norway, that says it all. You don't even need the first part. You just need to say that, and like you instantly know. Like you don't even need to say another word. It's like, oh, that's what they.
Goodness gracious. That is so many children.
Mm-hmm.
That is.
What is a Calvin? Look, future Wario. Let's just put it this way: you hate those guys, and not too wrongly, to be honest.
Well, by the way, so the quick way for future Wario, they are Christians that believe that you don't get a choice in free will.
And to answer your other question, RPG games tend to be the only ones that keep me engaged, living in any for any extended period of time. But Helldivers and Darktide be hitting different lately.
Helldivers is a great game. I think Crusader Kings qualifies as an RPG because it's got the skill tree.
Say so.
I guess that makes Vicky and Vicky 2 and Civ
I wouldn't
5
consider
are the
that.
only ones that don't qualify as RPGs. Right?
I definitely wouldn't say Vic 2. Like, I wouldn't consider any of the other Paradox games really RPGs. Cause, like,
Yeah, so Vic 2, because I don't play any of those ones. I'll play EU5 when it comes out. I'm excited about that.
okay.
God, I'm so excited about EU5.
Because EU4 is more like a board game type thing, because you get mana and stuff like that, and then Hoi 4 is just its own crackhead thing where you know. It's the same thing with like Vic 2, where like the country's too. You're playing as the country, you're not playing as a person. You know what I mean?
That you're role playing as a whole country.
Yeah, but that's not. It's not the same.
Kid, if you want to see the video.
I want to see the
Why?
video of him molesting 56 kids.
No.
Oh.
No, it's of his admission to it, and it's just something to make you.
Touch that. Not with a 100-foot pole.
Why would you want to
Pip,
see
no.
that? Why would anyone want to see that?
Get hammers and kill. Go subscribe to Late Night Losers and then unsubscribe just to make sure his analytics are messed up for this.
Fuck you, man.
Oof.
What? In what way is Super Smash
Hit him in the
Bros.
engagement metrics where it hurts.
I'm sorry. How is
RPG.
Mario
non-RPG.
WarioWare or War? Oh, non-RPG. That makes more sense.
Learn to read, Des.
Well, we all know I can't do that, so I don't know why
Yes,
you're
you
expecting.
can't. I thought you couldn't spell. You could read though. Actually, you know what? I think Double D Dinosaur with the double D's might be another great non-RPG game.
Yeah.
That game was peak.
It's hard to call it a game. Well, actually, no, I can't even say that
definitely
because the mini games are actual games.
And then you didn't 100% it because the mini games are actually worth a little bit of skill.
They are, well, some of them more so than others.
Yes,
I have to differentiate. You know, there's skill and there's expecting you to know how to do something, having never done it before, and not giving you a tutorial on it, and then punishing you for not doing good at it. That's not skill. That's just being a dick.
That's fair.
And as much as I love it, that does happen at least twice during that experience.
It does. All right, I think that we're coming to a good spot. I think Paradox stuff before CK because I'm playing a character in the country. I can kind of agree now, Alfarius. I also disagree. I think that the problem is the characters in CK3 are more interesting than the country. But like Vicky, the country is definitely way more interesting than any character you could play as.
I disagree just because I think a big part of like those other games is like forming maps, like what formables there are, where CK3 there's not that many formables, at very least compared to like literally every other game that they've released. So
think the thing with CK3, like what sets it apart besides the characters, is it's more about integrating your family's power across the realm.
Yes.
You know, you can win the game by having families in different nations where you can't in Vicky and stuff like that.
Well, you can in EU4.
You don't win that way, though.
I mean, you can.
If your family, if you start as Russia and you get wiped out, you can't still win the game, but you can in CK.
Oh, I see what you mean.
It changes the arithmetic, and I think it's valuable. In fact, on that subject, non-nefarious, if I can get to about 10 to 15,000 subs on the main channel, and I can get to a more consistent upload schedule, and I can pull some time away from work to like focus on the channels more, I will be starting a second channel, and on that channel is going to be, I'm going to probably move all the live streams like VODs and stuff to that channel. That way they're safe in their own little environment. And I'm also going to make, once that channel is monetized, a special series for that channel where if you've ever seen something like Spud Gun with his playthroughs of like Victoria, or like those people who play like Dwarf Fortress where they play a long form version of the game and they cut it down to a few hours to tell you a story about what their experience is. I want to do that, but I want to specifically do it in the Elder Kings mod for CK3. I believe that is a highly untapped story potential for people who want Elder Scrolls content but can't get it right now.
It's also extremely untapped meme potential. I saw just a snippet of that the other day, and it was like a dude playing as a lich seducing another lich, and it was just two skeletons going at it. It was really funny.
It's got such great potential because the devs have, like you said, they put in some memes, some jokes, and also you can get some shenaniganry going in that game very easily because it's the Elder Scrolls. So there's shenanigans all over the place in that game. Dwarf Fortress cannot be on consoles. You can't play the game on consoles, Future Wario. You have to play the game on computer. It looks simple, but the amount of processing power it takes, consoles can't handle it.
Dwarf Fortress is an Excel spreadsheet with achievements.
Did you see they added some graphics to it for the Steam port?
I did, and kudos to them. I'm happy for them, and they're doing really well. It is still a spreadsheet, yes. Now it's just more colorful.
Spreadsheet with some of the weirdest interactions.
Yes.
I was gonna say,
I would love if I was smart enough to play that game, because the stuff I've read people getting up to is right up my alley. But my God, I am just not intelligent enough.
I remember a while ago it was revealed that they discovered how to contain angels in like pens or something for profit.
Yep.
There was also the update patch notes are also crazy. Like babies will no longer spawn with knives or something.
Yeah,
just out of context stuff.
Yeah, my favorite Dwarf Fortress thing was the drunk cats killing your entire environment. Because what would happen is dwarves would get drunk at the bar.
That's not true. I'm sorry, I'm looking at Future War. That is not true. That is. I don't think that's. He's like Dwarf Fortress Sims with the dwarves.
No, it's nowhere.
If it was The Sims with dwarves, I'd be capable of playing it.
Yeah. No,
that is not
Fortress
true.
is so much more insane.
Yeah.
So the problem. So they used to have a drunk. It used to be. It's called a drunk cat cascade. What would happen is dwarves would spill alcohol on the floor of the bar, and if you had, because they added special notes, if you had cats in the bar, the cats would touch the alcohol, instantly get drunk, die of alcohol poisoning, which would cause all the dwarves to get sad and cause cats to come over in the morning and cause all the cats to keep instantly dying of alcohol, and they couldn't figure out why. What happened is, when the devs coded the game, what they ended up doing was the toes for the cats were coded to, in order for them to be able to clean themselves, were coded to act as tongues. So because they could act as tongues when they licked and cleaned themselves, whenever they touched the spill of alcohol on the floor, the cats would instantly absorb all of the alcohol, which would cause the cats to immediately die of alcohol poisoning. And then because the cat was the local pet, everybody gets sad about it. So they'd come mourn the cats, and because they're mourning the cats, they'd bring their other cats, and those other cats would come to mourn that cat. So then the other cats would drink the alcohol that fell on the ground for the dwarves who are sad now, sloppily drinking their alcohol, which would cause the cats to instantly die of drunkenness, which would cause more dwarves to get sad until they got so sad they started killing each other because they were so enraged that the cats kept dying. And it would cause your entire fortress to explode because the cats got drunk from stepping on the alcohol.
It's genuinely fascinating that they can accidentally get this sort of synergy working with the base systems they have. It's super cool. If you're smart enough to manipulate that yourself as a player, you will have a blast with that game. But oh my god, to me at least, it looks like it requires a friggin' engineering degree to understand.
Yeah.
Like it's one of those games where it takes probably, I'm guessing, 10 to 12 hours of learning. Then once you learn it, though, it all makes sense and it's easy.
Yeah.
It's just like a lot of Paradox games are like that too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, speaking of Excel sheet games, like this is one of them, and yeah, like all of the Paradox games are like that, except for CK3. I'd say that's the only one where it's like.
What's it called? The one I like, Age of Wonders 4. I can actually play that. That's a Paradox game, technically.
Yeah,
I think they just
Paradox game.
Yeah,
which is still
it's
great,
more
but
of the.
not
It's
a
the
grand
more
strategy games, which are just chaotic.
It's the grand strategy historic games that they're like. By the way, you need like 10 hours to even have a beginning of
historic ones. Stellaris is a psycho fest.
Yeah.
Stellaris always defaults to, we must start genociding people in order to improve the game speed. It's lagging too much.
I absolutely have no idea how to play Stellaris, but it is fun in short bursts for me still. Just because they let me make a stupid, weird space alien that just wants to bang everything, and that's a viable way to play.
You want to know another viable way to play that was fascinating that people realize works? They genetically engineered. They find a lower race that's like not quite big. They conquer them, then genetically edit them to have only negative traits, except that they have really fast reproduction. They put them on one planet that they're allowed to live on, and then they pay for their they export them and expel them so they get spread throughout the galaxy to all the neighboring systems, causing a mass immigration of these demonstrably horrible populations that start revolting and immediately killing everybody because they now have exported all these horrible immigrants to the rest of the galaxy. It's fascinatingly funny. Because any of the AI kingdoms that are not inherently racist and would enslave or eat them, they
will be.
Yeah, well, they have to be, or they get wiped out because all the immigrants show up. That they eat all their food and take all their resources.
Yep. All the immigrants you genetically engineered to be burdens and violent.
Well, how do you
on
think
a planet-wide scale?
How do you think they came up with that?
So it's because what ended up happening
Came to him in a dream.
Exactly. No, it's just one of those things where there's another system that I'm going to explain this other system in another game because it ties back into it. It's from Civilization 5. It's called road terrorism. So what happened in the game is, if you build roads, they cost 1 gold per turn to maintain. If you build railroads, they cost 2 gold per turn. So what would happen is players would make a deal with another nation and say, hey, why don't you let my troops hang out in your borders? And they'd say yes, because you can usually get the deal. So then they would send soldiers over and build roads throughout the entire other player's country. So now that other player has to pay taxes on all those roads, which would bankrupt their economy and ruin that entire nation for the rest of the game. The same thing is what happened with Stellaris over here. They never intended that to be a mechanic. But the idea that certain empires can import different people, and if they import neighboring races that allow, alien races, that allows them to integrate with those other societies better, is a good mechanic because it encourages you to have either an open society, which means that nations will willingly join your empire more frequently, or a closed society, which means that you don't have these races that might have weird needs. Because if you're like a bug people and you border a slug society, they need to have different food needs than your people do. That was the idea behind it. So this and then you could obviously genetically edit your races because it's advanced enough in the future. The idea would be you improve their genes and give them more beneficial things. So this player took those two systems and combined them in a way the devs weren't expecting by deciding to purposely make a race of people that was objectively horrible and drained your resources while upping their fertility so they reproduce fast. And then after they reproduced enough, he expelled them from his empire by making his empire racist, which made all the other nations that had open borders and would accept refugees immediately take them in because that's how the game code works. And those other AI nations couldn't account for the fact that this specific race of people was genetically engineered to be a drain on their resources, which other players would have realized that and expelled them. But because, it's an AI, it doesn't know how to do it. It just explodes like that. It's fascinatingly funny.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of those interesting mechanical interactions, such as Crusader Kings 2 had another funny glitch, where if you were attempting to assassinate your spy master could tell you the secret that your spy master is planning to assassinate your spy master.
That's like the first meme I ever saw of that game, and that's the only reason I bought Crusader Kings 3.
Crusader Kings 3 is great. Another funny one is there used to be stress spirals that would happen where lesbian characters would get pregnant and then they would accuse their lesbian lover of making them pregnant, but then they would deny it because that can't happen, and a stress spiral would happen because they'd keep accusing them repeatedly, and because they were like, well, you're my only lover, so you must have gotten me pregnant, even though they could have been pregnant from something beforehand. And because the other lesbian had no choice but to deny it, because well, I can't be your mother, what happened. And then they actually kept it in for the third game and making it so only insane characters could do that.
That's funny.
I
will have you note that I have seen The Last of Us 2, and I'm a father now, so or I'm gonna whatever the stupid line is.
Yeah, I'm gonna
you
be
know
a
what I'm
father.
talking about.
Des loves.
I disassociated there. Des, I heard you're a father.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not sure if I'm the father or I'm not sure if I'm a father or a mother.
Well, based on what we said
you
in chat,
dog.
Hellian's the mother. You're the father. Remember?
Oh, my bad. You're right.
Thank God, metaphorical.
Yeah, metaphorical. No, this was literal. This was I hated it, but it was literal.
Yeah,
so it came out of your pee hole.
What race is it? What race?
Huh? I think we're both white.
What race is it?
So despite the fact that it was impreg, I think this was a pure whitey. So.
Also, I do want to say not all Farius base that you made Super Earth and Future Wario Civ Crusader Kings is a little complicated, but just start in Ireland and take it slow, and you'll be able to get a hang of it, buddy. Focus on one thing at a time.
He's not even kidding. He's not even kidding. I was overwhelmed too. The moment I decided I just want to be the king leprechaun of Ireland, it all just came together. Everything worked out in my favor.
Yeah,
start in Ireland. It's great.
Ireland is isolated enough from everywhere that you're not going to get screwed with by most of the people. And if you start early enough, the English can't even go over there because they're too busy being just raped by the Vikings to death. So you have time to fight the Irish.
It's funny you should mention them. Once you're more confident in your skill set, go be a Viking. It's super fun.
Yeah, the Vikings have some of the best DLC. And then I think the Mongols now, based on what I've heard, have the second best DLC now to make them even fun.
Probably third. I am skeptical that the Eastern Romans were beat. I'll be honest, but
that's fair. I'll give you that. But I think the Mongols would still be more fun than the Eastern Romans for new players.
For new players, sure, because
Eastern Romans are definitely an advanced players type thing because you get to do some crazy stuff.
Yes, they are
in a good way.
Especially since, like the actual Eastern Romans, everyone wants the throne. Everyone can get on the throne. Just because you are on the throne does not mean you will stay on that throne.
But I did want to talk about my favorite. Speaking of the Eastern Romans, my favorite glitch in CK2 happened when they added, I think, their third DLC. What they noticed is the game would frequently freeze and break down after about 30 years of the game. They couldn't figure out why. What happened is, about 30 years after the game happened, the Byzantine Emperor usually died or would change from factionalism. And when that happened, the Byzantine Emperor would then do a checksum to see, okay, because the Byzantine inheritance laws say that if you are maimed in any way or you're a eunuch, you can't inherit the throne. So what often would happen is the Byzantine Emperor would find a rival character and he would demand that character gets their special parts removed, became a eunuch.
Mhm.
But because they forgot to add in an exception for if they're not like in their realm or related to them, every single character in the game who was not the Byzantine Emperor's friend, he would immediately declare must have their genitalia cut off across the whole map. So every Muslim character, every Hindu character, every Catholic character, he would hate. And because he demanded they all got at once, it would cause an overflow where all of them would try to respond at once with yeses and nos. Sometimes they would say yes, which would cause a cascade because they couldn't process that much information that fast. So the game was crashing because every Greek started demanding every other Greek and everybody across the map cut their balls off. Because
This right here, this is why it's a role-playing game.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can be born and say, God told me to cut off the Sultan's balls, and that can be your life mission.
Exactly. Not Alfarius.
You're wrong.
The China DLC,
Hang on.
I was just gonna say the China DLC is gonna be very interesting. I really hope they have a Lost Legion, like a small area where you can do like Lost Legion. That would be
great.
so good.
I do want to talk about his second comment. I was so upset when I found out the hard way restoring world makes you lose your Varangians. It does not, actually. If you have the DLC that lets you form hybrid cultures, you simply hybridize your culture with an Italo culture, or a Greco culture, or a Germanic culture. And then once you've done that, you make sure you keep the Varangians, what's it, tenet is what they call them, Des? Tradition?
I think it'd be tradition.
You keep the Varangian tradition, and then you get to have them still.
Yeah.
So you get so much.
Filthy.
Yeah, create a religion called moneyism, where you're all about worshiping money, and everyone gets to give you money, and you're instantly rich. That's called playing the Catholics, and you're the head. You set yourself as the Pope. That's the actual way to make infinite money in Crusader Kings. Is make a Christian faith, conquer Constantinople, Alexandria, Nicaea, and Rome. Those are 5 things. Make your own religion that you're the Pope. It's just Christianity, but I'm the Pope. And reform mend the schism so that all the Christians across the map view you as the Pope, and they all have to pay tithes directly to you.
You can't play as a theocratic government, though, can you? Right now?
Yes, you can.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you can't play only theocratic is the thing.
Okay.
You can think about the Muslims. You can play as the Shah, where you get all their taxes and stuff. It's just the Muslims don't have the tithe tenet as part of their religion.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So it's very funny.
Yeah. That is one thing I hope they expand upon. For the game, like the patriarchs and pope stuff is like very lacking right now.
Yeah. It definitely, they need a trade rework and a religion rework.
Yes, they do.
Trade more than anything.
Trade more than anything, but like the fact that the Orthodox are just worse Catholics is like, it's tragic. It makes me cry.
But it's also true to reality, so it's okay.
I'm gonna kill you.
Well,
I know why you're doing this. I hate you.
Well, John, kid, I'm going to go ahead and log off tonight. As in, I'm going to go to the other. I'm going to go to the other chat to hang out with Blue. He's a little lonely over there.
During the call, you know.
He said
he's worried about what he might say and doesn't want to.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to bring that
he
bad
wants to
juju.
make sure your channel is standing by tomorrow.
Yes. We love Blue and we appreciate his respect.
Yeah.
But pleasure to be here. Glad I was able to get to the last one. All of you like, comment, subscribe to him.
That's about as good an idea as any.
Yeah, let's call it here. I think it's a good time. Everybody here's getting a little tired. Pip, get out of here. Let's go hang out with Blue a little bit.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. Anybody have anything they want to say before I do my outro?
Oh boy, who should we subscribe to, Chad?
Blackaroonie, of course. Actually, no, let's unironically go subscribe to Pip. Let's boost his channel up.
Good idea.
Late Night Losers.
21 and counting. It was 22, but someone left.
In the chat. No one's going to search for you.
I got you.
Yeah, I think you're a mod, so go ahead and post your links. while Pip gets his channel link.
Wanted this to never end. Me too, Future Wario. Me too.
Yeah, me too, buddy.
But don't worry, the
Not over.
podcast will be
It's
back
just
in the
on
future.
break.
Exactly.
It will return.
Just on hiatus, like Hunter x Hunter.
Exactly. But I'll actually return, unlike George R. R. Martin.
And who
So thank
knows?
you all.
Maybe some other sort of podcast thing might come up. Maybe he gets time to do some more tabletop stuff. Maybe he starts streaming that. Who knows?
I would be down for that, John. If you kid, if you want to do that.
That'd be something.
He can't stop himself. He can't stop himself.
You
He
can't
physically
stop doxing me. It's okay.
he can't.
But with that chat, thank you all so much for being here. I do appreciate all of you who did make it to the end, or those of you who just showed up for a little bit here, or even those of you who skipped to the end to see what the announcements are. Thank you all for the fun times we had in the live stream together. Thank you for the donations, especially. Especially tonight, not all Furious. You were so generous, all of you. I really appreciate all the times and fun that we've had together. I hope that I can come back to the stream soon, and I hope that that we have fun when it comes back. And please keep checking out the videos on the main stream of the channel. Like I said, if I can get to like 10 to 20,000 subs, and I can have consistent uploads, I think I'll be able to come back, with streaming, because at that point I should be able to start moving away from my main job. But until then, thank you guys. Today's been a really emotional day. I'm not gonna lie, I've been a little bit bummed out because I have to do this, but seeing you all in chat having a great time really made me feel much better about it. And thank you all so much.
You'll
Thank
be
you
back.
for being such a
We ain't
wonderful
going
host.
nowhere. Yes.
Yep.
It's not goodbye. It's just good night.
I'll see you later, cowboy.
See you later.
Exactly.
I was here first, so screw you guys.